Good evening and welcome. This is the November 30th, 2022 special meeting of the Land Use Commission. The City Code directs this body to hear applications for map and text amendments, special uses including plan developments, zoning relief, and appeals from decisions of the zoning administrator, as well as to make recommendations regarding the city's long-term planning goals and objectives. Depending on the type of matter, this commission will either make a final determination or send its recommendation to City Council. Ms. Jones, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Aravallo?
Here.
Commissioner Halleck? Here. Commissioner Hugo? Absent. Commissioner Johnson? Here. Commissioner Linwall?
Here.
Commissioner Mudinchev?
Here.
Commissioner Pachtel?
Here.
Commissioner Westerberg?
Here.
Chair Rogers.
Here. With 8 members present, we do have a quorum. Also present tonight from city staff, our neighborhood and land use planner Megan Jones, Assistant City Attorney Alex Ruggie, Zoning Administrator Melissa Klotz, Planning Manager Liz Williams, and Interim Community Development Director Sarah Flax. This is a formal hearing and there are rules that govern our proceedings. Most importantly, only one person speaks at a time so that all testimony may be recorded accurately. Anyone who wishes to address the Commission regarding any matter on tonight's agenda will be given the opportunity to do so at the appropriate time. Commissioners may ask questions at any time. Our procedure is to hear from staff on the documents on file and then receive testimony and other evidence from the applicant or appellant. After that, persons wishing to make a statement regarding the matter will have a chance to do so. Any person with a legal interest in property located within the defined notification requirements of the subject property may present evidence, reasonably question witnesses, or seek a continuance of the hearing. When all supporting and opposing testimony and statements have been heard, the applicant or appellant will be given the opportunity for rebuttal or a closing statement. Then the Commission will close the record and begin deliberations to consider the standards. The Commission will make a formal finding of fact based on the testimony and evidence presented, guided by the standards, the Commissioner's knowledge of our community, and the recommendations of staff. All testimony is taken under oath. Although we do not apply the strict rules of evidence, please limit your testimony to the proposal as it relates to the standards contained within the zoning ordinance and the corresponding staff memorandum. When testifying, please state your name and address for the record and sign in on the public comment sheet. Our meetings are audio and video recorded. Please make sure you are at a microphone when asking questions or making statements so that you can be properly recorded. All proceedings are subject to broadcast at a later date. Any matter not concluded at tonight's hearing will be continued to our next regularly scheduled meeting. We only have one item on the agenda this evening, which is 22 ZMJV 0078 for 1566 Oak Avenue, and the applicant is present. Thank you. At this point, I'm going to ask anybody who thinks they may be speaking to us, including those whom I cannot see who are in other rooms, to please be sworn. So at this point, if you will raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth throughout the course of these proceedings? Thank you. With that, we will move into our agenda for this evening, the first matter of which is the approval of our meeting minutes from November 9th, 2022. Have the commissioners had an opportunity to look through those, and are there any edits? Hearing none, is there a motion for approval?
I move approval of the minutes.
Moved by Lindwall. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Puchtel. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And anybody who was?
Abstain.
Thank you. Commissioner Olivallo is abstaining because she was not present at that meeting. With that, we will move into the first item of our new business, which is a public hearing for the special use permit at 1566 Oak Avenue, 22 ZMJV 0078. And I'd ask that that please be read into the record.
Donna Pugh and Michael Noonan, Foley and Lardner LLP, attorneys representing Connections for the Homeless, request a special use permit for a rooming house at 1566 Oak Avenue, commonly known as the Margarita Inn, in the R6 General Residential District, Section 6883. The Land Use Commission makes a recommendation to the City Council, the determining body for this case, in accordance with Section 6358 and Ordinance 92-021. In addition to the documents supplied in the Land Use Commission packet that is on the website, staff did email additional public comments to commissioners around 5:15 PM, and then handed out printouts of additional public comments received since then. So public comments, in addition to the original land use packet, at this time by our tally, come to 25 opposed, 39 in favor, and 3 that did not distinguish, including 1 that is a request for continuance.
Thank you. Before we begin, I just want to lay a few ground rules down since we have a very large meeting and I don't want to keep us here all night. Everyone, please try to confine your comments to the matters at hand. We are a land use board and we are concerned with matters of zoning and land use. I understand that there are other issues that many of you would like to address. This is not the appropriate board before which to address those. That will be with planning and development and with city council. Secondly, I know that a lot of people have signed up to speak. I have currently as my tally about 33 people signed up. The way that we typically do this is that we have identified people who live within the 500 feet. Those people will be given a longer period of time since they are more directly impacted. Those outside of 500 feet will be given a lesser amount of time in order to make the people who are most impacted by this have an opportunity to get their voice heard. Everyone will be given an opportunity to speak, though. With that, I will ask Ms. Pugh. Oops, sorry.
I just wanted to disclose that I've known Ms. Pugh professionally for many years, although I'm retired at this point, so I don't see that there's a conflict of interest.
All right.
Thank you. Well, good evening. Donna Pugh with Foley and Lardner. I'm a partner there, and I serve as the firm's land use chair. Also with me are my colleagues Mike Noonan, who you just saw, as an associate, and Bill McKenna, my partner. Now, you'll hear today, understand, keeping everything extremely brief, so I'm omitting, some of the history and some of that, but I did want to touch briefly on the zoning. A couple of the zoning points is that in March of 2020, we received a determination of use from zoning administrator Klotz that this use is a rooming house and that the special use that we had expired and we would need a new one. I think you guys here, of course, are very familiar that there were 2 appeals brought to this body and that by a vote of 6-3, this Land Use Commission voted to uphold the ruling of Melissa Klotz that this use is a rooming house and that a new special use is needed. So that's why we've then applied for the special use, and the ruling continues to be consistent with the definition of rooming house. Oh, I see. We're trying to get the slide. So that I would just like to show again the definition of rooming house. Many of the comments have questioned this ruling of Melissa Klotz, and so I'd like to just put it up here again, and that you can all read it, but that everything continues to be in compliance with this definition. The one thing we wanted to address, though, is that after the closing, after we purchase the site, after Connections purchases the Margarita Inn, that the compensation, currently the compensation is being provided indirectly, and it will continue to be provided indirectly. In other words, the people lodging there do not pay any money. So there's no payment of rent. It's indirect, and it comes from 2 sources: Cook County and from personal donors. So that will continue. The source of the funding will continue to be indirect, and therefore, even after the closing, it will still comply with the definition. So we wanted to point that out. Now, you may hear some of us talking about a shelter, and we know that we've already established that we're not a shelter under Evanston Code, and that's been confirmed, multiple times. But there's so much in the parlance of referring to caring for homeless people as a shelter that several of our speakers, it's so ingrained, you may hear that word, and that certainly doesn't change the fact that under Evanston Code, this facility is a rooming house. I just wanted to point that out. Now, I'm going to mention that there's really, you'll hear, and again, it's very much cut down to abide by the time. There's a lot more in our written material, but you'll see that we've established there's a very strong need for this facility at this location. It's been well documented for many years and many, many plans that this is needed. And Connections has been serving the unhoused community in Evanston for over 38 years, has a long, successful history of running facilities and providing services to the homeless. So we also want you to know that there was a very robust community engagement process with 12 meetings. I could go on if I had the time of how extensive they put door to door, soliciting people to be involved, business community, residential community, et cetera. They had these listening sessions, took all the notes and distilled it down into, there were some very legitimate concerns, addressed as many as they possibly could. There were things like there's too much litter. They said, okay, starting today, we're having 2 litter patrols per shift, and that's already in place. So a lot of the things we've already done. Where was something obvious, that we just started doing it. And we're willing to commit to these things, and we submitted a list of all the things we're willing to offer to bind ourselves to, and most of them you guys accepted, and they're in the conditions list. Now, so we do want to thank the staff for being very proactive and cooperative and having this robust dialogue about the conditions. Just want to mention who you'll hear from: Betty Bogg, CEO of Connections; Tina White, Chief Program Officer with Connections; Sue Lolbach, Director of Advocacy; George Kissel, our principal and land planning firm, Okren Kissel. He serves as our expert witness in land use matters. Also, another expert witness, Mary Lindberger, who will not be speaking but is available. We've shortened that. Is available if there are questions. That she's an MAI appraiser. We've submitted these credentials. I think you don't need me to give you another set. And then also Katie Egan, she can raise her hand, Continuum of Care Planning Director for Alliance to End Homelessness in Suburban Cook County. Linda Schuler, Executive Director of Housing Forward. Reverend Grace Matthew. There we go. Thank you. First United Methodist Church. And Reverend Dr. Michael Wolf of the Lake Street Church in the back. Now, I believe, yes, you have copies of the reports, which are in the record, and I'd like to turn things over to Betty Bogg. Keep it moving.
Thank you, Donna, and thanks to Chair Rogers and members of the Land Use Commission for this opportunity. As Donna mentioned, my name is Betty Bogg. I'm the CEO of Connections for the Homeless. I stand before you tonight because Evanston as a community is experiencing the impacts of homelessness. According to city staff who recently prepared a report that was shared with the Housing and Community Development Committee, there are 129 people who are unhoused on any given night in Evanston, and there are over 400 people who experience homelessness each year. And Evanston is not alone. Illinois has over 10,000 people experiencing homelessness. It's a serious issue in almost every municipality, both in Illinois and across the country. We are not alone, but in this moment, Evanston has the opportunity to lead, to demonstrate what can really happen when a community comes together to end homelessness. In the past, our city has had only emergency-style shelters to address this issue. People could stay the night but had to leave in the morning. Such shelters are a necessary Band-Aid, but they are not a cure. Then everything changed in March of 2020. Governor Pritzker issued a mandatory shelter-in-place order to combat the coronavirus pandemic. Traditional shelters like our own beloved Hilda's Place, shelters that house dozens of people in large rooms, were no longer an option. COVID would spread too quickly there. With alacrity and with foresight, the City of Evanston, in partnership with Connections, launched innovative operations that eventually housed over 300 individuals at multiple local hotels. This new model was extraordinarily successful not only in minimizing the spread of COVID, but in presenting our community with an incredible opportunity. Our community, like others across Cook County and the entire country, learned very quickly that this new model was not just a Band-Aid for homelessness, but a cure. There was a moment in the spring of 2020 when homelessness in Evanston ended. People were off the streets. They were no longer sleeping on the train or in vestibules or on the beach or in abandoned buildings. They were safe. Homelessness ended because Evanston made the choice to end it. In the nearly 3 years since the start of this pandemic, we have learned a lot. One of the things we know is that even though what is happening at the Margarita Inn is a new model, it fits perfectly with the city's own HUD consolidated plan and its 2020 action plan. That plan says, quote, "The Margarita also fits so well because it closely follows guidelines set out by HUD itself, especially regarding the use of non-congregate shelter and housing first principles." The Margarita uses housing first principles, which say, when people have a roof over their heads, they'll be more successful meeting any of the challenges that they currently face. Imagine trying to bathe and care for your children in a group shelter setting. Imagine you're trying to find a new apartment when you are carrying all of your belongings with you. Imagine going for a job interview when there's nowhere for you to take a shower. Imagine you're trying to manage your chemotherapy or your dialysis while you're sleeping on a train. Now imagine having your own room and the privacy to be with your family, to focus on your long-term future, and not just the search for the next evening's shelter. That is what the Margarita provides. But we don't stop with simply putting a roof over our participants' heads. We also provide on-site, rich, wraparound support services for mental and physical health care, employment and educational support, and the requirement and support needed to find stable housing outside of the inn, including services for alcohol and substance use disorders. The need for the Margarita is undeniable, and its successful outcomes are also undeniable. After nearly 3 years in operation, 57% of our residents have transitioned to stable housing, a much higher number than the national average. The reason we are so successful at this work is because Connections partners with the people that we serve. People are not defined by the worst experience of their lives. I am not, you are not, they are not. The people we work with are not. They are our neighbors, human beings who deserve the right to self-determination, to respect, and to housing. And that is what we do. There are community members who do not think that we are doing our work correctly, despite our many years of experience and use of evidence-based practices. But there is one thing we can all agree on: ignoring homelessness, doing nothing, will not make it go away. To ignore the current reality of homelessness in Evanston would certainly cause a negative cumulative effect. And without a special use permit, we simply cannot continue to operate. 86% of the people who stay with us are Evanstonians. They work here, they grew up here, they have family here, they have children here. There are 60 people staying at the Margarita Inn tonight, people who are on a path to rebuilding their lives. If the Margarita doesn't exist, where will they go? That is why we come to you this evening. From the onset of this process, Connections has collaboratively and transparently responded to every request by the City of Evanston. In fact, even prior to the February 22 notification by the city that we needed to clarify our use of the Margarita and subsequently to apply for a new special use permit, we presented Councilmember Nusma with the concept of a good neighbor agreement. And since then, we have not only held multiple community listening sessions to inform the agreement, but have also worked with city staff and collaborated in the development of a soon-to-be-proposed license for our operation. but have also voluntarily offered multiple conditions to the special use permit so that our community can have the solution it wants and needs, not just a solution, but the right solution. You will hear more in a few minutes about how we are approaching our relationship with the police department. We hold regular meetings with the members of the force at multiple levels, including me meeting with the new chief, to our soon-to-be-launched Coffee with the Cops conversations between our line staff and beat officers. Finally, by repurposing the Margarita from a failed hotel that didn't pay its taxes to a full-time residential facility dedicated to ending homelessness, we've transitioned a building with negative community impact into a focus for good, and there has been significant financial upside for the community. We invested over $500,000 into the local restaurant economy while COVID raged, and we continue to support those restaurants. We leveraged millions of federal dollars into this community, allowing Evanston to tap into those dollars to address homelessness here, where it's needed. And we continue to do so. Through our funding partnership with Cook County and the support of private donors, our work at the Margarita Inn is supporting Evanstonians, sheltering them, putting them back on the path of stability, and ultimately finding them housing that ends their homelessness. Connections has been in Evanston for nearly 40 years. We have 3,000 donors and 1,600 dedicated volunteers. We have a board of directors that is laser focused on purchasing the Margarita, and we have the funds to do it. We're committed to moving forward with the purchase pending the issuance of the special use permit, and in doing so, helping Evanston end homelessness. Now I'm delighted to introduce Tina White, Connections Chief Program Officer, who will give you more information about our operations at the inn. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. My name's Tina White, and I'm the Chief Program Officer at Connections. My role includes oversight of all programs, including the Margarita Inn. I'm a licensed clinical social worker with over 15 years of experience managing shelter, housing, and health programs. Our number one goal at the Margarita is to find participants long-term housing solutions as quickly as possible. We use best practices that are proven to be effective by countless peer-reviewed studies and are recommended by organizations, including HUD, the National Alliance to End Homelessness, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and many others. These best practices work. Our success rate in finding a permanent housing solution at the Margarita Inn is 57%, higher than the 40% national average. How do these best practices work at the Margarita? I'll walk you through some of the processes. First, our screening process. We prioritize access for the most vulnerable citizens, including seniors, families, and those with disabilities. Intake screening begins as soon as we meet someone, usually through our drop-in or street outreach services, so residents are known to us prior to moving in. While it's impossible to predict with 100% certainty how someone will behave once they move into the Margarita, we have developed a screening process that focuses on the safety of the staff and residents at the Margarita, as well as the broader community. We have a multi-step screening process prior to admission. First, we verify that a participant is not on the sex offender registry. No one on that registry can be admitted. Then we complete a physical and mental health evaluation, review program expectations and rules, the participant handbook and community and neighbor expectations, and complete a criminal background check. Ultimately, a shelter intake committee makes the decision to approve or deny entry into the program. I want to emphasize participants are always denied entry if they appear on the sex offender registry, have recent and violent criminal background issues, or have behavioral health or medical issues precluding them from being able to be safe in the program. We use established evidence-based practices, including Housing First, harm reduction, and trauma-informed care. This image was created by the National Alliance to End Homelessness. The empty scale on the left shows the complete lack of evidence against Housing First. The scale on the right shows the abundance of studies in support of our approach. Part of running a Housing First program means that we are also a low-barrier service provider. Low-barrier programming is sometimes misunderstood as being without rules or services or having low expectations. That is simply not the case. We follow the science at the Margarita Inn. Our program is designed for safety first and securing housing stability next. We meet people where they're at. We practice harm reduction, withhold judgment and criticism of participants, avoid shaming and paternalistic approaches. Our services are built this way because they're more effective. Studies have proven that these approaches more successfully encourage long-term behavioral changes like sobriety, healthy eating, educational and employment attainment, and engagement and treatment for behavioral health conditions. So what are the services that we offer? Engagement and housing case management, in which each participant designs and implements an exit plan from the shelter, is mandatory. We provide 2 full-time housing case managers to guide that process and hold participants accountable to it. Other services pictured on the slide are accessed voluntarily because that is the best practice. Mandatory participation has been debunked as an ineffective way to create long-term change. But that doesn't mean we are not in constant conversation to engage participants in those services, which includes medical and mental health care and life skills training. But a program is only as good as its staffing. And in the 15 years that I have worked overseeing housing and shelter programs, I have never seen such a robust staffing as we have at the Margarita Inn. Staff at the Margarita include an on-site manager, an on-site supervisor, an on-site fully dedicated certified nursing assistant, a registered nurse, 9 program operations specialists, a full-time on-site licensed clinical social worker, and 2 full-time housing case managers. A total of 15 direct service staff members are dedicated exclusively to this program. This does not include administrative or executive leadership oversight and support. Again, a low barrier program is not a low expectation program. We want everyone who stays at the Margarita to feel welcome, to feel safe, and to be a good neighbor. To this end, residents must follow program rules and expectations, including 0 tolerance for weapons, physical violence, sexual harassment, or illicit activity. Mandatory participation in case management to work towards a permanent housing solution. And no alcohol use is permitted in common areas. Additional program rules and expectations are outlined in the participant handbook, which staff review with each resident prior to moving in. Outside of 0 tolerance behaviors, such as weapons on site, which would result in an immediate discharge, we have a progressive disciplinary process similar to a 3 strikes rule, where program discharge is used as a last resort. This program design works because we utilize trained, experienced professional staff and evidence-based practices. These practices include housing first, low barrier services, trauma-informed care, and harm reduction. The goal is to house people as quickly as possible, with the recognition that people can make the most progress on their physical and mental health, substance use, and employment goals once they have a safe, stable place to stay. Now I'm going to hand off to Sue Lobach to talk about community outreach and engagement.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sue Lolbach, the Director of Advocacy at Connections for the Homeless. As Connections started to explore acquisition of the Margarita Inn, we immediately started to hear feedback from the community. If you can go to the first slide, please. Before establishing a response to the feedback, we wanted to make sure we had a full understanding of the community's concerns. So we invited the community in and held 12 listening sessions plus countless individual meetings. One of the key things that was confirmed through the feedback is that we have many, many supporters who are excited about the Margarita Inn and this new model of shelter. However, we also heard a lot of concerns. One of these was that people just want more information. They want to know more about our operations and policies, and they were really curious about the acquisition process and the Good Neighbor Agreement. So we mounted a robust communications campaign that included tours, mailings, a new page on our website, media outreach, and more meetings and conversations. We plan to continue this information campaign. Next slide, please. Another clear piece of feedback we received is that people want ways to share both urgent and non-urgent concerns with us and to get a response back. We've established 2 new points of access for people to use to reach us. For urgent issues related specifically to the Margarita Inn, we have a 24-hour hotline. For concerns about non-aggressive panhandling, loitering, and other non-urgent but concerning behavior outside the inn and throughout Evanston, as well as encounters with people who might need help, people can contact our outreach team email box and voicemail hotline. With both of these, we have response time goals, and we'll be measuring our success in achieving those goals. Next slide. Another area of concern that people mentioned was our relationship with the Evanston Police Department. We've taken first steps to examine that relationship and improve how we collaborate. In addition to meetings with the new chief, we've conducted a survey of Connections frontline staff and patrol officers about their experiences with each other. The results show some strong positive relationships, but they also show mutual suspicions of each other's abilities and intents. Both organizations are necessary, and it's clear that they each have different roles in the community and different relationships with people who are homeless. To improve our mutual understanding and collaboration, we've scheduled a series of meetings. Betty referred to Coffees with the Cops. And these will be among the survey respondents to analyze the findings of the survey and jointly come up with new ways of problem solving and communicating. Next slide. The other key area we heard about was related to some of our policies and procedures, which Tina just covered at some length. In terms of changes we've made, we've already mentioned the new hotline and voice and email boxes and our addition of background checks as part of our team-based multi-step screening process. To address security concerns, we're also planning to get a security review done by the police department with full intent to make alterations as possible based on police recommendations. And we're starting to provide IDs for clients that they can use to show that they're residents of the inn. Next slide, please. Related to all of this is the work that we're doing on the Good Neighbor Agreement. Our initial hope was that all stakeholders could unite in creating a process of communication and collaboration that would support the community, and that process would be recorded as the Good Neighbor Agreement. It's become clear that that probably can't happen as originally envisioned until our acquisition of the Margarita Inn is complete, since those who oppose that acquisition have declined to participate in the Good Neighbor Agreement. While the individuals working with us have been absolutely amazing, including 3 great business representatives from downtown Evanston, we cannot honestly claim that we have cohesion among neighbors when only our current supporters are willing to participate. Additionally, the city is still determining whether they will be parties to the agreement. If they agree to sign on as the key stakeholders that we believe they are, we will include their commitment in the Good Neighbor Agreement and act as signatories with them. If they do not, the agreement will become documentation of Connections' commitment to the community and a communications tool that neighbors can use to increase their effectiveness in communicating issues to us as they arise. The agreement also has provisions in place for a Margarita Inn advisory board. We'll be inviting community members to participate on this board and to gather ongoing feedback from their neighbors. We will provide regular reporting on our results, and we'll conduct quarterly community meetings where we'll continue to gather feedback and work on concerns in the community. Last slide. As you will hear tonight, there is still strong opposition to Connections' acquisition and use of the Margarita Inn. However, as I mentioned at the beginning, we have learned that there is also overwhelming support for our plans. We had 45 individuals work on the Good Neighbor Agreement. We had 670 people sign petitions. We had the 26 organizations who are members of the new Coalition to End Homelessness in Evanston sign on to a letter. We have many communities of faith behind us with support both from Interfaith Action of Evanston and Evanston Own It. I have a binder here of all of the letters of support we know of, 80 of them, and I'm sure you've received many others. And we had so many individuals wanting to support us tonight that we had to ask many of them not to speak. But they chose to come anyway to make a visible show of their support. Connections was started by a group of individuals and communities of faith who saw a need that needed to be filled. The same thing is happening now. We have a problem to solve in our community, and we have an amazing opportunity with this very pretty, super functional, and centrally located building to take a giant step in solving that problem. The community members who have engaged with us share our conviction that we need to take this opportunity, and they share our determination to address problems and concerns proactively and effectively through collaboration with our clients, with neighboring residents, with businesses, with funders at all levels, and with the City of Evanston. I'll now turn this back over to Donna. Thank you.
We're going to have George Kissel, our land planner expert, address you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is George Kissel. I'm the president of Oak Rent Kissel Associates. My offices are at 141 West Jackson in Chicago. I'm a licensed architect and a certified planner with over 40 years of experience. I've been accepted as an expert in planning and zoning matters in the courts of Cook, Lake, DuPage, and Will counties. I'm going to give a brief overview of the proposal, talk a little bit about the context and the potential land use impacts, and briefly go over the findings related to special uses contained in the Evanston zoning ordinance. If we could have the next slide, please. So we know that the Margarita Inn is located at the southwestern edge of downtown on Oak Avenue between Davis and Grove. It's within the short walking distance of the David Street Transit Hub and the core of downtown Evanston. Next slide, please. With respect to land use, nearby uses are dominated by multifamily residential, as well as the Halim Museum of Time and Glass, and the Highlands at King Home, which was formerly an assisted living facility operated as a not-for-profit Presbyterian homes, now being marketed as museum residences. All in all, there's 250 dwelling units on this block, which is a fairly dense land use, and it's consistent with the downtown context. Could I have the next slide, please? So we also know the Margarita Inn is located in the R6 zoning district. It's the most permissive residential district. It's exclusive to the periphery of downtown, and it allows rooming houses as a special use. Next slide, please. Just a quick view of the site plan. There's no changes that are proposed as part of this proceeding. It's a 5- and 4-story structure. It'll remain as it is, along with 10 parking spaces at the rear of the building that are accessed off the adjacent alley. It should be noted that there's been a rooming house on this site more or less since it was built in 1927. The only difference this time is with Connections operations is the clientele, those experiencing homelessness. We know that homelessness disproportionately affects communities of color, particularly African Americans, along with those suffering from mental illness, those recovering from substance use disorders, and the elderly. All of these are vulnerable populations, protected classes of citizens under applicable law. If we could have the next slide, please. So, talk a little bit about the land use impacts. All land uses have impacts, both on the immediate vicinity with regard to physical conditions, such as traffic generation, noise, vibration, particulate matter, odors, danger, fire, explosion, or toxic contamination, as well as on the community at large, a broader consideration that focuses on demand for city services, such as sewer and water, schools, police, and other emergency services. In most cases, when we're evaluating a land use impact, the exercise is speculative. We're relying on past experience in comparable developments. Here, since Connections has been in operation for over 2 years, there's a body of evidence to draw on. With respect to impacts on the immediate area, as mentioned, the use is the same as it's been for basically a century. There's been no appreciable increase in traffic, noise, vibration, odors, etc., over what the area has borne over the years. The presence of a more vulnerable population has resulted in some impact on the local community and an increase in police and EMT calls. With respect to the broader community-wide impacts, again, as the use is primarily the same, the change in clientele will have little effect on sewer and water over what was demanded of those systems in the past. There'll be very few school-age children that are anticipated to be served, so school district impact will be minimal. If I could have the next slide, please. So we're going to start to talk about police and fire EMS services and the demand on those. We'll start with fire and EMS. With respect to fire and EMS, the prior use generated very few calls for emergency services from the fire department. As mentioned here, we're dealing with a more vulnerable population at the Margarita in terms of health concerns, so it comes as no surprise that there has been an increase in EMS calls to the 1500 block of Oak Avenue. For 2 years that the Connections has been in operating, EMS calls have been 29 and 44 calls annually. To provide some context for that, the Evanston Fire Department handles about 10,000 calls annually. Not surprisingly, locations with concentrations of more vulnerable populations do generate more calls. For example, senior living facilities and CCRCs are generally the highest generator of EMS calls. As an example, the Presbyterian Homes at 3200 Grant generates in excess of 250 EMS calls annually. If I could have the next slide, please. So here's a graphic representation of the proportionate share of calls. So in the context of more than 10,000 EMS responses, 29 to 44 additional calls does not constitute an unreasonable burden, and Evanston's EMS resources can easily serve the needs of the proposed special use, assuming a similar call load going forward. If we could have the next slide, please. Now we're going to move into the discussion of police incidents. So we took a look at police call data for the 3 years prior to Connections operating at the Margarita Inn and the 2 years that they have been in operation. We looked at the data from March to March as Connections began operating at the Margarita in March of 2020. We found that the Evanston Police Department responds to somewhere around 35,000 calls annually post-COVID. It's a little bit higher call demand prior to that, and not unsurprisingly with the lockdown and things gradually getting back to normal, calls are beginning to increase again. Those numbers do not include traffic stops or directed area patrols. About 5,000 calls or so are attributed to downtown. It should be noted that while downtown Evanston accounts for only about 3% of the area of the city, it generates about 14% of the call volume. That should come as no surprise. It is the most densely populated area of the city, both in terms of businesses and in terms of residents. So first what we're going to do is going to take a look sort of at the big picture citywide of the distribution of police calls in Evanston. If we could have the next slide, please. So this is from 2017 to 2018. What you're looking at is the data that's been geocoded from the police data portal, and we've classified it in terms of calls per block annually. So not unsurprisingly, there are a few clusters. Most notably, of course, is the one in downtown Evanston, which you can see sort of in the top middle of the screen, and the red boundary that defines downtown Evanston. And a few other clusters down south around Howard Street and also along Main Street. Not surprising, these are commercial areas. They generate much more activity in terms of police calls. If we could have the next slide, please. So from 2018 to 2019, we saw an increase from about 37,000 to 43,000 calls, about 4,800 of those downtown, and a few areas beginning to creep into the 300 call annually per block, both in the center of downtown near Fountain Square and down south on Howard Street. If I could have the next slide, please. So moving into 2019, 2020, this is sort of the base year before Margarita began, or Connections began operation in Margarita. We have the peak of 44,000 calls total, about 5,500 downtown, and a few blocks exceeding 400 calls per year in those locations. So if we could have the next slide, please. So now we're into the first year of operations at Margarita, a reduction in calls, of course, due to COVID, both citywide as well as downtown. We do see an increase in the 1500 block of Oak Avenue where the Margarita Inn is located, going from fewer than 100 to over 100 calls during this 12-month period. If we have the next slide, please. And again, the most recent year-to-year data from March to March 2021 to 22. Overall, police calls beginning to creep back up toward normal, 4,100 downtown, and the 1,500 block remaining in that 100 to 200 range. If we could have the next slide, please. So now we're going to zoom in a bit and look closer at the downtown. In the interest of time, I'm just going to truncate and start with 2019 and go through the 2 years that Margarita's been in operation. So with the 5,500 downtown calls, 89 of those were attributable to the 1,500 block of Oak Avenue. And in the following year, when the Margarita began opening, Connections began operating at the Margarita, and there's an increase from 89 to 125. If you have the next slide, please. And finally, from 21 to 22, calls on the block went from 125 to 142, incremental increase. If we had the next slide, we'll take a look at a little bit more detail of how those calls broke down with respect to those that are attributable to the Margarita, those that were attributed outside from other addresses inside the 1,500 block of Oak, and also those that were interior to the Margarita. Those are calls that originated in Margarita for incidents within the building. So we can see that from 17 to 2020, prior to when Connections began operating, we have 75 calls, 64 calls, and 89 calls. That generally falls sort of in the median of calls downtown. Once 2021, once Margarita begins opening, 67 calls were attributable to the Margarita, with 27 having no impact as they were purely internal to the Margarita Inn, and 40 having some external involvement. From 21 to 22, we see the number of calls attributable to the Margarita decreases, as well as the number of calls that would have any kind of external impact. In other words, ones that were not interior to the Margarita Inn. If we could have the next slide, please. Again, just to provide some context in terms of what this means in the sort of sea of 35,000 annual calls citywide, 5,000 downtown, which is about 14% of that number. 140 calls or so on the 1,500 block of Oak is 0.4% of the calls. And the roughly 60 calls at the Margarita, less than 0.2%. Basically, the additional 60 calls amount to around one additional call a week in the context of when, prior to the operations of Connections, it was 1 to 2 calls a week. So next slide, please. I'm going to briefly run through the special use standards. As the report that I've authored goes into that in pretty good detail, I'm just going to talk about 3 of the standards. The first one, which identifies the use of the Margarita Inn as a special use. The fact of the matter is that it is, The rooming house is listed as special use in the R6 district. It's under section 6883. The proposed use is consistent with the definition of a rooming house. It's contained in the zoning ordinance under section 618.3. And on the issue of being compensated directly or indirectly, as was mentioned earlier, being indirectly compensated is certainly consistent with a situation where a provider of housing is compensated by a third party, either a public agency or private donors, to provide housing services for an individual, as the case is with the Connections for Homeless. Next slide, please. The other 2 standards I'm going to cover is Standard C, which talks about negative cumulative effect. So we know the proposed special use of the subject property is a kind of a new concept in providing services and assistance to homeless populations. As we've heard historically, Homeless shelters only operated a portion of the day, closing either during the day or night to satisfy local zoning or licensing requirements. Operating as a rooming house by zoning definition allows Connections to provide interim shelter and services for full 24 hours, providing a secure place to store possessions, private bathrooms, meals, counseling, housing placement, and other services while waiting for a more permanent housing solution. This effectively reduces the number of homeless that would otherwise be forced to inhabit public spaces in downtown Evanston. As mentioned earlier, rooming houses existed on the subject property since 1974, and the previous use, which was an SRO, was substantially similar. The land use impacts are known, and as we mentioned, with respect to the physical impacts, there'll be no negative undue impact on the immediate neighborhood or the city as a whole. With respect to the cumulative effect of other special uses, the 1500 block of Oak is home to the Halim Museum of Time and Glass, as well as the Museum Residence on Oak, which is an assisted living facility. These uses, including the rooming house and their land use impacts, have been in place for a very long period of time, again, with no undue impact on the immediate neighborhood or the city as a whole. While the 1500 block of Oak Avenue, where the subject property is located, has seen an increase in both police and EMS calls during the last 2 years of operations, those increases are not significant in terms of volume or severity and do not represent an undue burden on the surrounding neighborhood. The next standard I'm going to just talk very briefly about has to do with Standard D, whether or not the use will diminish the values of the property. As we've heard earlier, a report has been authored by Mary Lindberger, an MAI appraiser. The findings of that reported that there's no negative impact on property values due to this use or similar uses. And the rest of the standards are covered pretty well in the report and are generally not controversial or contested. So the conclusions from all of this are that, indeed, the proposal before you meets the standards for special uses that are contained in the Evanston zoning ordinance. The need for the proposed special use in this location is significant and well documented, and the land use impacts are minor or do not constitute an undue burden on the local neighborhood or the community at large. With that, I'll turn it back to Donna Pugh.
George. Katie Egan, Continuum of Care Planning Director for Alliance to End Homelessness in Suburban Cook County. Please come up.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Katie Egan, and I am the Continuum of Care Planning Director at the Alliance to End Homelessness in Suburban Cook County. The Alliance is designated by HUD as the lead agency for the Cook County Continuum of Care, commonly referred to as the COC. We are the planning body responsible for designing and implementing a strategic plan to prevent and end homelessness for our HUD-assigned geography that includes the 130 Cook County suburbs located outside the city of Chicago. Our countywide plan to end homelessness includes preventing homelessness whenever possible, providing shelter for those in crisis, and connecting individuals and families with the housing and services they need for permanent housing stability. COC member agencies located across suburban Cook County take on the responsibility of providing these vital frontline services. Connections for the Homeless has been a COC member agency since our founding nearly 2 decades ago and plays a vital role in our COC's strategic plan by contributing their vast experience and expertise in addressing all 3 components of our homelessness response. Connections has been selected by HUD to provide housing and services to those experiencing homelessness in recognition of their demonstrated leadership and ability to do this work in alignment with best practices. Providing shelter is one of the 3 components in our response to ending homelessness. Our county lost a critical mass of shelter beds at the beginning of the pandemic because we previously relied on donated space that rotated on different nights of the week. When this model was no longer available because of public health concerns for volunteers and shelter guests, we lost 70% of our available shelter beds countywide. Connections, along with 4 other nonprofit agencies across our COC, quickly responded and co-developed a model to provide shelter to ensure those in crisis had a safe place to stay. Collectively, these 5 agencies have served at least 600 individuals every night throughout the pandemic. In the wake of the pandemic, we are rebuilding our shelter infrastructure and have identified a need for at least 185 shelter beds available each night across the northern suburbs. Meeting this need requires the development of non-congregate shelter, which provides individual rooms like what is found in rooming houses, hotels, and dormitories. Non-congregate shelter is recognized as a best practice locally, statewide, and nationally because it provides increased stability for shelter guests, the ability to provide accessible on-site wraparound services, and better positions shelters to prevent the spread of infectious disease and respond to public health crises. As a COC member agency, Connections has repeatedly demonstrated their competency and skill to provide the housing and services needed to end a person's experience of homelessness. The continued operation of the Margarita Inn, under the demonstrated leadership and ability of Connections, is critical for our shelter infrastructure and for our overall strategic plan to end homelessness across suburban Cook County. Thank you.
Linda Schuler, Executive Director of Housing Forward.
Good evening. My name is Linda Schuler, and I'm the Executive Director of Housing Forward. Our mission is to transition people from a housing crisis to housing stability. Our goals are to make homelessness rare by preventing it whenever possible, brief by responding to the immediate needs of shelter and quickly setting people on a path towards housing, and finally, non-recurring, so homelessness never becomes a way of life. We do this by stabilizing people in permanent housing and wraparound services. Housing Forward was founded by a group of concerned citizens and members of the faith community in Oak Park, Forest Park, and River Forest 30 years ago to meet the emergency shelter needs of those experiencing homelessness. Today, our service area encompasses 25 communities in West Suburban Cook County, and we provide a full continuum of services, including emergency rental assistance to forestall an eviction, street outreach, interim housing, wraparound services, and various types of housing. Connections for the Homeless's mission, goals, and history mirrors ours. At the outset of the pandemic, and with the governor declaring a shelter-in-place order, Northern Illinois' entire emergency shelter system collapsed. In March of 2020, congregate shelters, run mostly by volunteers, were forced to close. I can't tell you the irony of this declaration was not lost on homeless shelter providers as we scrambled to rent hotels to keep our clients and the community safe. Locked arm in arm, Housing Forward, Connections for the Homeless, and our suburban shelter provider partners transformed the suburban Cook County's landscape and decades-old model of offering only evening shelter in church and synagogue basements to one that was 24/7 and hotel-based. In our case, we leased the Rite-In at 211 North Oak Park Avenue in Oak Park, 1 block north of the Hemingway Business District. The hotel's on-site restaurant, Hemingway's Bistro, has operated continuously and without interruption while we maintain the 65 rooms on the upper floors over the last 2 years. We have made enhancements to our new model over time and even dedicated one of our floors of the 4-story building for our new RISE Center, a medical respite program in partnership with Cook County Health. Hotel-paced shelter has become a game-changing model for how to stabilize people experiencing homelessness, to get them into permanent housing and off the streets for good. Overall, the model that we now call interim housing has proven to reduce the spread of infections, improved client wellness, and increased exits to permanent housing compared to the old congregate rotating system of shelter. With privacy afforded by hotel-sized rooms, clients feel safe and are relieved from being in a constant state of survival mode. They remain in one place while case managers help them navigate systems of care, and families can stay intact in adjoining rooms. The location of hotels is equally important. Proximity and access to public amenities and public transportation and green space have all proven to be beneficial to our mutual clients, feeling a part of the community and not isolated from it. The outcomes of the reimagined model of shelter have proven effective and successful. In the last 2 years, Housing Forward has served over 400 adults and children and been stabilized in our new interim housing model. We've seen a reduction of chronic homelessness by 50% and a 166% increase in exits to housing compared to pre-pandemic outcomes. Connections for the Homeless service model, location to the downtown area, impact and achievement mirrors ours. Of course, at the system level, the result has been nothing short of transformational for our entire suburban shelter ecosystem, which struggled for decades as a patchwork of seasonal, scattered site shelters. Well, there's nothing especially magical or miraculous about what Housing Forward, Connections for the Homeless, and our shelter partners are doing in our respective communities. There are important lessons about the significant impact these services can have on our residents, our individuals and families who are in the midst of a housing crisis. The immediate benefit of a hotel-based setting is to move a person off the street and into stable and safe housing, where they can exhale and begin working toward a more permanent housing solution. The long-term benefits of stability, independence, and most of all, quality of life is immeasurable. As the pandemic recedes, Connections for the Homeless is in an excellent position to continue operating the Margarita Inn for the long-term benefit of people experiencing homelessness and for the Evanston community.
Ms. Schuler? Yes. I have a question. I saw on an earlier slide that 50% of the people at the Margarita Inn eventually found stable housing. I don't know if you know the details specifically of the Margarita Inn, but can you help me understand what are the other common outcomes for that other 50%?
They're either generally going maybe back to the street, but that's a very, very small percentage, or they are moving out of state. That may not result in a permanent housing destination. It may be more temporary in nature, doubling up with friends or family.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Reverend Grace and Matthew of the First United Methodist Church.
Commissioners, I have two questions and a small sermon, so I have 3 minutes. I'll time myself, and wherever the buzzer goes, I stop. I hope it's not a cliffhanger. My first question, homelessness. Can anyone possibly make a dent on the national pandemic known as homelessness? Tonight, Connections for Homeless presents a unique housing-focused shelter by restoring not just one person at a time to permanent and stable housing, but 70 people every 12 months out of homelessness towards permanent and stable housing. Did you hear that? Healing 70 people a year from the dis-ease we call homelessness. Doing more than the much-needed Band-Aid of overnight shelter by vaccinating and boosting individuals and families to protect them and assisting them to find permanent housing. And that's a tall order. But have no fear, this is Evanston. When it comes to justice, Evanston is not afraid of tall orders. Did we not do a hard thing already? Read all about it. Evanston, America's first city to promise reparations. And tonight, in the same visionary spirit, you are asked to help put a permanent dent on homelessness. Why? Because homelessness is an affront to the Evanston community, and doing nothing when we can do something is immoral. Commissioners, because Connections has fulfilled all the standards of approval, your resounding approval tonight is the amen to a prayer. Question 2, does a fellow human being have to die before we act and before we recognize their humanity? Case in point, last Sunday on November 20, a family of about 10 gathered at the steps of First Church for not more than 15 minutes. It was the 4th anniversary since their mother, sister, and aunt, Tanuel Major, homeless and sleeping on the steps of First Church, was attacked, beaten to death, left on our church steps. 4 years ago, her family gathered to pause in silence. Somebody sang a song. They released balloons. And I remember when Tanuel was murdered at the steps of my church, we said never again on our step and never again on our city. And then COVID struck before we could open the women's shelter. And now, today, 10 days after the anniversary of Tanuel's murder, let your vote be known as a resounding never again. I still have time for a Christian sermon. Like my neighborhood, your neighborhood has most likely swapped Halloween ghosts and skeletons for the pretty lights, which is odd to me because the Christmas story is a story of homelessness. A homeless couple, I stop.
Reverend Dr. Michael Wolf of Lake Street Church.
It's not really fair to go after that, but I'm going to do the best that I can. Thank you, commissioners, for your time and attention. I really appreciate the opportunity to address this august body. So as they said, I'm Reverend Dr. Michael Wolf. I'm the senior minister over at Lake Street Church of Evanston, which has been a stalwart ministry partner with Connections for the Homeless for many decades. What I can say, as a ministry partner that we share a campus with, is that they are fantastic neighbors. They are the most diligent people I know. They are the most capable people that I know to be able to carry out this work. They're supremely well qualified. They are delights to work with. And if anyone is going to do that work, you want it to be them. I think that they are excellent community partners, and I speak as someone who has to engage with them all the time and who we share space with, and they're pretty excellent. I'm very impressed with them. So I want to speak to the moral dimension of what the question before you now. As we know, zoning decisions about what goes where, who we listen to, who gets listened to, these are all moral decisions. They're ethical decisions. They're not just sort of, we see a bunch of text up on the screen that says about, and you have to care about definitions of rooming houses. I know all of that, and I think that's very important, what you do. But how we approach those questions and those rulings are ethical, spiritual, and moral questions. And what I want to ask you to do is to carefully consider and vote yes in support of this exemption. Evanston's a world-class city. It's a moral one. It prides itself on attempting to do the right thing. It's a progressive place. That's why I'm proud to live here, why I'm proud to do ministry here. I think that it's a wonderful place to be. But world-class cities with ambitions must take care that they understand that they have duties to the most vulnerable amongst them. Indeed, in my tradition, the homeless, the most vulnerable, are not just some sort of core constituent class of people that we would like to do things for. They are actually identified with Christ himself. Whatever we do unto them, we do unto God. I don't expect that particular voice from that religious tradition to carry the day, but religious and ethical traditions across the world proclaim a way of thinking about people, not just as people who are other than us, to tear down those barriers and to think about them as our neighbors, because they are our neighbors. They are neighbors, they're Evanstonians, they're people who are part of our community, and what we do to them is a moral, spiritual question. And what religious traditions across the spectrum say is that how we address and how we engage morally with the vulnerable, with the least of these, with the lost, with the people who have faced disproportionate outcomes, this is how we will be judged, what we do unto them. Finally, I'd like to draw your attention to the ways that history has repeated itself. Decades ago, the pastor of the church that I serve led a push to get the city to set up shelter for the homeless. They were stymied time and time again by zoning laws. Womp womp. Zoning laws are important and everything. I think that they're very important. But one quote from the local paper says, "We are told that shelter cannot be provided without zoning changes that will take at least 6 months." In this case, as well as the previous one, zoning is an ethical, moral, and spiritual decision. The city failed to move forward then, but now the city can make a real choice to support a capable ministry partner. I ask that you do it. I ask for your mercy. I ask for your sense of purpose, your diligence in this matter. I pray that your heart is stirred. Having somewhere to live is a human right, and it is within this city's power to secure that right for many right now. And I ask that you do it. I pray that you will do it. I most ardently beg you to do it. Thank you for your time.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, we feel that we've established there is a great need for this facility. We think this is the right location and the right operator. We feel we've demonstrated compliance with the standards, and of course, in addition to our verbal statements, there's quite a bit more in the record. So we do urge you to make a recommendation in favor of the proposal and recommend approval to the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pugh. At this point, I'll open it up to commissioners who may have questions of the applicant. Commissioner Halleck?
Yeah. Can you explain why one of the neighbors' objections, as I understand, and it still is an objection, is the allowing alcohol and I assume marijuana, other legal drugs, in the rooms. Why is that still something that you insist on doing?
Betty is the perfect person to address that. Oh, Tina, even better.
Well, we already have a policy in place to address behavior associated with substance use, which I think is the concern, right? How someone behaves when they're using particular substances. We already addressed that through the progressive disciplinary process that I went over. Requiring abstinence or sobriety would result in needlessly screening out people who desperately need a shelter bed in order to work on goals such as sobriety. Imagine, if you're in the streets, you have serious mental illness, you're trying to cope with that, you're trying to stay warm, you might use alcohol to try to do that. So that it does not lead to, I think, the desired outcome that people requesting that policy would want, which is to manage problematic behaviors. We're already doing that. So I'll just end by saying if someone's use is negatively affecting the safety of the community, then they cannot stay there. They won't stay there. There's a lot of people who use substances that don't have behavioral issues, and there's a lot of people that use no substances that do.
Commissioner Halleck, I'm not sure if that answered your question.
My thought is that it doesn't make it harder? You have programs and you try to do the right thing, but doesn't allowing that make it harder?
There is a lot of evidence at this point in the use of what are called harm reduction principles. And everybody thinks of needle exchanges when we talk about harm reduction. That certainly is a harm reduction technique. But we all use harm reduction in our everyday lives. If somebody scolded you every time you got in a car because it's a dangerous machine and it's hurtling down the highway at 80 miles per hour, you would not feel comfortable necessarily telling them whether or not you have your seatbelt on. When you put your seatbelt on, you're practicing harm reduction. It's an inherently dangerous activity, and you reduce the harm. We operate under harm reduction principles, and in order for us to be able to have conversations with people about their substance use, we need them to be able to talk to us about what they're really doing. If we say, we're going to come into your room, we're going to search it, we're going to look for beer cans, that shuts down that conversation. People will hide from us. their behaviors. We would rather that they talk to us about what they're struggling with. That is what actually leads to change. As Tina said, if someone is disruptive, if it made the environment less safe, we would certainly change that policy. But it is not our experience that people who have a few beers and go to bed, like maybe some of us will do tonight, are causing any sort of disruption. If they cause a disruption, that is what we deal with, whether they're drunk or high or completely sober. Thanks for the
Could I
question.
follow up on that? Just a question. Am I correct? Smoking is not permitted, is that correct?
That's correct. It's not allowed indoors in Evanston. So,
Okay,
yeah.
so you've got smoking, which, again, it's a legal substance. If you're of age, you can smoke somewhere.
That's right. We,
How does cannabis work, which again is legal for adults? Is that prohibited, or is that allowed in rooms as well as the alcohol?
It's not allowed in rooms. It is a legal substance. It is allowed. We have a designated patio smoking area, and that is where people smoke.
but the use of cannabis, like if
Yeah,
we,
I'm trying to differentiate
Yeah.
between the use of cannabis and the use of alcohol, both of which are,
so you can't smoke cannabis in your room.
yeah.
You
What ab-
could
what
have
about-
an edible in your room. If it's legal outside, it's legal inside. If it's illegal outside, it's illegal inside. And we don't allow the use of any substances, of course, in common areas.
Commissioner Westerberg.
Question on the police reports. If we could talk about that for just a minute. So we've got what you say is a modest increase for the block, and that does not cause an undue negative impact. But help me understand, what would be the basis for a substantial negative impact? If you have 2 to 3 incidents a month, or even 1 incident a week, if you are a neighbor, that could cause a problem for you. And so I'd like to kind of understand what your evaluation of that standard would be.
Okay, well, so there's sort of 2 components to that. One is touched on in the report that I didn't get into here. One is quantity, and the other is quality. By and large, the incidents that have been reported in the 1500 block of Oak are minor, as the police department would classify them. I believe the number of Class 1 crimes against persons over the 5-year period varied somewhere between 3 and 5. That has not escalated during the period of time that Margarita Inn, or that Connections has been operating at Margarita Inn. And the crimes against property, which are primarily theft, ranged anywhere between, I believe, 4 and 12. And those have not increased significantly during the period of time when Connections has been operating. So as far as undue burden, the fact of the matter is this is a downtown site. There are increased incidents of police activity simply because of the density and because of the nature of the uses that are surrounding. So an additional single call in the context of 1 to 2 calls a week, in my opinion, does not rise to the level, both in terms of quantity or quality, in terms of an undue burden.
So then a follow-up question for Connections. Is it safe to say that the last 2 years really represents a history you would expect for the future in terms of these kinds of disturbances? Or is it impossible to predict? And can there be a variance from what we've seen in the past to what we might see a year from now?
When we started at Connections at the Margarita and at the Hilton Garden Inn and the Orrington back in the spring and summer of 2020, that was the first time any of us, Linda, that was the first time, there was a lot to learn. And over the course of the last almost 3 years now, we have continuously adapted our procedures to make the environment, not only for our residents safer, but for the community safer. So I don't know that it's possible to predict with any sense of certainty where that might go. What I can tell you is that we are an agency that is dedicated to continuous improvement and continuous learning. So if we learn of something that could change how those numbers work, we would do that thing. We will continue to serve a very vulnerable population. So there will be a level of calls and emergency services needed there just by the nature of the population, not whether if we eliminated all disruptive behavior entirely, there would still be a number of calls as George referenced, that you would see, although much less than a senior living facility.
Could I ask a kind of a follow-up question, which is, while Mr. Kissel was talking about, roughly half of the increased calls were within the facility. And obviously, while that's not exactly a land use concern particularly, it certainly is a concern for your residents and making sure your residents are safe. So, and many of the, so there's kind of, has that decreased in the last few months? I'm particularly interested since we heard much of the same kinds of questions and concerns 6 months ago. What's happened in the last 6 months? Have the calls increased, decreased, stayed about the same?
I have not seen a notable increase in that kind of incident. From time to time, if we get an individual who, and again, this is not an exact science, you saw that screening process, right? We take every step we can to sort of get a feel for who's going to be safe, and it's a very educated guess. But if someone seems fine and they stop taking their medication or something like that, things could go south. And one individual can be the source of quite a bit of disruption. So that's usually how things go. There's a person, they're really struggling, and we need to work really hard with them to make sure that they stay safe. And that could mean that we are much more deliberate about conversations that we're having about taking your medication. We cannot hold people down and make them take medication. It could be that that person needs a higher level of care than we can provide, and so we have partnerships with communities. The reality is, with other community resources, the reality is our population sits at the nexus of, and we serve people who are impacting many, many under-resourced systems. The homeless system is under-resourced, the mental health system's under-resourced, the nursing home system's under-resourced, the hospitals are, the police are. And so sometimes there are folks that it's really hard to find the right solution for them. And our reality is we're trying to figure out if that person stays on the street, which is what the other option is, how does that impact the community, right? Or how can we get them housed as quickly as we can, where we can provide wraparound services somewhere where they're not being triggered by 40 other people living in the proximity. So this is a constant conversation with us. I'm really grateful for our staff. They're trained in de-escalation and security. But it's not that nothing ever happens. That's the reality, yeah.
We've received a fair amount of letters from neighbors about incidents that have happened, and I'm just wondering, things happen, but is this an issue of staffing? Do you need more staff? I mean, what would your ideal staff be? Twice as much to handle these things, or is it a staffing issue?
I don't believe it's a staffing issue. You saw, Tina's presentation about how many staff there are there. This is a very well-staffed operation. despite the amount of staff you have, one individual can just like take up all of our energy, you know. But you know, we have to balance, of course, the realities of our resources. We don't have unlimited resources, but this is a richly staffed organization.
Sorry, follow-up question on that, and I just want to make sure I understood. In the materials on your staffing, you said you have 2 people on the weekends who work 24/7, and then 5 during the weekdays. But then the information that was shown here tonight said you have 15 staff members. So I'm just, this isn't really a land use question, but I am just trying to understand what the
Right.
structure is.
So in a 24/7 operation, for us, that's 3 shifts. We have 2 people on each of those shifts round the clock. Those are our program operations specialists, the ones that are responsible for the sort of safety and security, dealing with any problems. The other staff are present. We have management staff present at different times during the week. One of the things we're considering is layering in our management so there's more presence on the weekend. We have on-call management staff every week, every day of the year. And so some of those staff are present only during the week. They're working on businessy things, like going to find an apartment for somebody. They get in a car and they drive off to meet a landlord. That's one of the things that happens sort of during business hours. We also have a lot of partnerships where we're bringing groups in to provide services to folks, and those folks often only work Monday through Friday.
I have a question. You have an open, let's call it hotline for complaints. How busy is that? I mean, without the complaints and the accidents that require police. Is it very busy? Do you have plenty of complaints? And if you have a complaint from neighbors, how do you react? And is there feedback back to the neighbors? What happens with this complaint?
That's a great question, and it's one of the things that we're in the process of implementing changes to. We don't get a lot of complaints at like 2 in the morning. People aren't calling us and saying like somebody's starting a bonfire in the parking lot or anything like that. We will occasionally get complaints because somebody's playing their music like loud on the patio, and the neighbors do not like that, of course. And so then right away, because we're staffed 24/7, we go out to the patio and say, you have to turn your music down, and then bring a person inside. We've also, so that's kind of what happens on site at the Margarita. There's not a lot of neighborhood interaction with the on-site operation. There's not people allowed to loiter out front. People don't get to chuck their bikes in other people's lawns or do anything like that. So we have this one sense of staffing for the physical side. Connections operates throughout Evanston, and I can tell you, I get calls. All of our staff get calls. There's someone sleeping in Fountain Square. There's someone under a bridge. There's somebody over by the channel, and so we have a different team, and that was one of the things that Sue mentioned, that we're implementing a different outreach approach, and we're also partnering with the city because sometimes, they've got this new clean team that's going out. How can we make sure that we're cooperating with them to make sure people get services when they need it? So we're trying to build our response so that we can be more present outside of the Margarita Inn alone. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and do you somehow have a, let's say, connection back to the complaints?
Yeah, that's the change we're implementing. We have a system that we call our internal referral system for people call us. They don't need to try to navigate our phone tree to figure out whether they need rental assistance or shelter or what. So we have a way of internally referring information to each other so that that person gets their needs met. We are now implementing an additional sort of community-based referral system. So if somebody calls me, I can send an internal referral to Victor, the outreach guy, and Victor then those referrals stay open until somebody closes them. So I can go in and see, are they closed? I can get back to community members. We do have some confidentiality requirements, so we can't necessarily tell you everything that happened to a person, but we can say we went and checked into it. We talked to that person. They did want services. They didn't want services.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Westerberg? I'm sorry, Commissioner Lindwall.
Sure. I have actually several. First, I just want to confirm, are there any overnight shelters operating at this point in time, or are we still in pandemic in Evanston? Or are we still in pandemic mode and not doing that model?
There is still an overnight shelter that is run by our partners at Interfaith Action of Evanston. They're around somewhere.
Well, that's all right.
That's a cold weather shelter. They've been increasing their lengths of time by which over the calendar year in which they're open, but their capacity is reduced because we can't have people as close together as we used to be able to before the pandemic. So they're about half capacity where they were before.
Okay, and then I guess my other questions have to do with, parking. And I understand that the on-site parking is sufficient and meets the requirements. But, you're dealing, so I guess the question is, how many of your current residents have cars that need to be parked? I understand you have clients that were living in cars and whatever, and I'm, kind of in the vein of reducing barriers. Where are they parking? Because I've been by the parking lot a couple of times at the Margarita, and it's full.
Yeah, that's mostly full from our staff.
That's what, so my question is, what happens to them? Because, you don't want, your clients to be racking up tons of parking tickets either.
Correct. Tina, I don't know off the top of my head how many of our current clients have vehicles.
I think it might be as low as 0.
Okay.
At any given time, we might have 1 or 2. I don't think we have anyone right now.
But the question is, do you accommodate those clients with cars on site, or do you not?
I mean, we have not been able to do that.
I'm going to ask you to come up to a microphone, please, just so we can pick up your response for the audio.
We haven't been able to do that. It is primarily staff that are parking in those 10 spots. It's very rare that someone does have a car.
But I guess the question is, what would the policy be?
I mean, they have not parked traditionally in the parking lot, so we don't actually have, we'd have to look at that if that need came up, and it did, we'd have to look at that further.
We do communicate with our clients if there's, like, if you've parked your car in that one spot for like 5 days, we'll say you can't do that. You got to move your car.
You might get a ticket. And,
right.
So the question is, in the interest
right.
of reducing barriers, I mean, that's a potential very expensive barrier.
That is what we do, is educate them on where they can legally park their vehicle. But it is pretty rare.
Unusual. But we have I can remember one instance in particular where someone was kind of racking up tickets. We're like, we got to get this fixed.
Not for these two.
Okay, Commissioner Westerberg, did you have something?
I just have some questions for staff.
Okay. Are there other questions for the applicant? If not,
Yeah, I do have one. For actually the appraiser is my question. When we were here last spring dealing with the zoning administrator appeals, there was testimony about rental landlords having to reduce rents because of the issues around the Margarita Inn. So I understand you had very limited data to really work with, but the question is, at what point would, the reduction in rents start to show up in the property data? I mean, it might, I suppose, if someone had to, couldn't generate a appropriate sales price for their building, but, where does that show up in the data?
What you identified, excuse me, is correct. It would be a sale of the property. I mean, the only way you can look at property value is when there's a transaction. As I indicated in my report, I don't see any transactions in the vicinity of this property over the past 2 years that would indicate that property values have dropped. But it's hard to sort of measure the impact of rents if they did decline until you have a sale of the property.
Okay, so that's something that, may be in fact happening, but it would not show up in the data at this point.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple questions for Ms. Bogg, and I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name. Tina, I think, but I don't remember your last name.
Tina White.
Tina White, Ms. White. So I have a couple questions for you. The first one being, any approval that I think, or any recommendation for approval, I think, from this board would require some guidelines, obviously, to be in place. We often place conditions on any special use, this not being a unique situation there. One of the questions is about the three strikes rule. Obviously, you're in the business of taking people off the streets, not putting people onto the streets. So my question is kind of, if that is the guideline, how do you enforce those rules so that we know if that's a condition that we're requesting be placed, that it's something that can be executed, as opposed to just kind of, being in that awkward position of actually having to remove a resident from the facility?
So your question is, how do we enforce?
I mean, yeah, how do you enforce that? Is it something you have enforced in the
We have.
Okay.
It's rare because we're able to address the vast majority of issues through the process, which starts with a verbal conversation, then a learning agreement, and then a 24-hour suspension. A few people have been discharged, mostly for safety issues. We don't just discharge them and say good luck. We connect them. We continue to work with them through our day shelter programs, our drop-in programs. We do a warm handoff back to those programs. Often they might have a housing match we're actively working on. So we would make sure that there's been several of those cases where they ended up housed, even though they had to be discharged, because we continue to work with them through another program at Connections, or through a community partner like Trilogy if they need a higher level of care.
Okay. And in looking at kind of the rooming house definition, one of the requirements is compensation, and I think Ms. Pugh did touch on this a little bit, that it must be direct or indirect. And you feel that it does meet the indirect requirement because the money is coming and it's being covered through a third party, and therefore that covers off on the indirect aspect of this.
Yes, in other words, no rental is charged to the person living there. It's from a third external party, actually multiple ones, the county and then individual donors.
Okay, and you feel that that is the intent of that statement?
Yes, I
and
mean,
the
it was
definition.
certainly with the use of the word indirect.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions? If not, we'll go to citizen comment. Like I said, I do have 30 people signed up. I do have 10 people signed up who live within the 500-foot radius, so I'm going to start with those people, and I will give each of them 3 minutes to speak. And then I have 20 people who are outside the 500 feet, and I will give them each 1 minute to speak in order to keep us from being here all night. And again, if you are making a statement and someone has made the exact same statement just before you, you don't have to reiterate it word for word. It's perfectly fine to say, I agree with the previous person. I will also ask whenever we have large crowds, people tend to like to clap. I will ask you please not to clap after comments are made. It just kind of prolongs things in the meeting. So the first name I have is John Cleve. Mr. Cleve, welcome back.
Yes. How is it going? I will be brief. I will try to stay well within my 3 minutes. So I'm John Cleve. I spoke with you all several months ago. I live 3 doors away from the Margarita Inn. Know many of the people to my left and my right, as a matter of fact. Matt, you had a conversation with Jonathan Newsma, and you had asked him about the license. And you had said that it was important for you to understand the license because it should factor into the zoning decision, because the license is the way for the city to maintain the standards and safeguards to ensure that this thing is good for all. And I think that you were absolutely appropriate there, and I think that your questions were also appropriate in terms of those safeguards and how does the city work to ensure that this thing is a good thing for all. And so, and I think that where a lot of you alluded to is in that same area. Is we know Connections is dealing with a very serious issue. We know homelessness is a real problem. We know Connections that these people, and probably most of the people in the room, have a very positive desire to address this thing. In other words, we're all in favor of addressing a very serious issue. But the situation is suppose that Connections' performance doesn't quite get to where the city wants it to be in order to maintain the neighborhood stability and the downtown. So I've taken a very close look at the license. And the license, in the current draft of the license, which is kind of one of the legs of the stool that Jonathan talks about, it's a really weak license. It doesn't provide any requirement for an operator to provide mental health or substance abuse counseling. There's nothing in there about that. Even though we know, and as Connections, as their application said, that a good portion of that population suffers from mental health or substance abuse issues. So ultimately, they have the staffing here, but suppose funding drops, suppose that there is some sort of change of emphasis, the city is powerless to do anything about it. It says only that a license applicant must submit guidelines for its operations. It says nothing about them having to follow it. So again, once that's submitted and the city approves the license, they could change the policy the next day. And there's nothing in the license that says that the city can do anything about this. It doesn't place any limits on the length of stay. So ultimately, yes, the mission is to get them into permanent housing, but at the same time, they may have a certain percentage of residents that live there for 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. And given that there's a waiting list, you know, you're not allowing the other next people to step up. So a very reasonable accord within the license that it currently isn't there. And then you know, another one is the reporting requirements. Really vague. Ultimately, we have to take the word that 85% of the residents are actually in Evanston. Take the word that there's a 50 or 60% placement. Could very well be, but why not set up an objective measurement of this stuff so that we can actually see as a city, yes, this is doing good. Because maybe there are other nonprofits that could also move into a property like that and have a higher success rate. Ultimately, the cooperation with the police, it's left very vague. And there's been a lot of discussions back and forth with the police, but thus far, it seems like the license should speak to how Connections will work with the police if they're in an investigation of somebody who might live there. So we all know that this is a serious problem. We all know that the intent in this room is to try to do something about it. But what I'm asking all of you to do is delay or deny it until the city council can vet this license and get a strong mechanism in place so that we can ensure that this isn't another Albany Care. Because the problem with Albany Care is we have no leverage over it. There's no stipulation of how they run, and as we all know, it's been a real problem. So please consider that. We're putting the cart before the horse here, so I would ask you to give that a thought. Thank you all.
Thank you. Other questions for Mr. Cleve? Question for staff, since the license issue has come up. What is the status? I know there was a license that was proposed to Human Services like 3 weeks ago that was pulled kind of last minute. And I know there's been other discussions since then, but can staff give us a brief update since I have the feeling that licensing will come up repeatedly?
Yes, thank you, Chair Rogers. Alexandra Ruggie, Assistant City Attorney. As far as that license goes, that was a proposed non-congregate shelter license before the Human Services Committee. The Human Services Committee is set to meet this coming Monday, December 5th. I believe that it'll be announced at that meeting that based on extensive staff review of many different staff departments, we believe that instead of creating that license under the health code, it will be amended to the current rooming house license that is under the property standards code. And I don't believe that the city has a timeline for that license, but we are working with a set amount of staff to complete that license. As the license stands, there is a license for rooming houses under the property standards code. It has certain property standards criteria that must be met, and I believe it's one of the proposed criteria tonight of the special use that a license be obtained. So the city would be licensing rooming houses annually. So the thought process would be that a criteria, if this moves forward, would be that the Connections for the Homeless obtain this license, and then the city would manage it annually.
A quick question for you, Ms. Ruggie, and I don't know if you know the answer to this one. If we were to recommend approval of a special use and City Council were to grant said special use, and 3 months from now a licensing requirement is passed that is more stringent than the one that is currently in place, would that apply to this applicant? Would they have to apply for it under this, or would they be grandfathered in under something different?
No, all rooming houses in the city will have to apply for the new license regardless.
All right, thank you. The next speaker I have up is Lawrence Starkman.
Hi. By introduction, I've lived in Evanston for 54 years, and my wife and my 2 daughters have been volunteers for the last 40 years at soup kitchens. That's important, and it reinforces what John Cleave said, that all of us, everybody that objects has tremendous empathy for the plight of homeless people, and we share Connections' goal of helping them. I think Connections has done some very positive things, but I don't think that relates to the Margarita. I think that the presentation they made was a world-class presentation, but the best comments are the ones that Mr. Rogers made in the beginning, which took about 60 seconds, and that is, this is a zoning matter. And the issues are, does it meet the definition of a rooming house? And no, it doesn't, because the food is served there, and we've spent an hour listening to all the other services that are provided there. I also think that they haven't met the requirements of standard C and D. I mean, by their experts' own admission, there is an increase in crime. You'll hear testimony from a couple of realtors tonight that it has a negative effect on value. And I want to again talk about this licensing permitting process. I talked to Alderman Nusma yesterday, who I have the utmost respect for, and it really has to be a very detailed permit with a lot of teeth in it. I'm very concerned about some of the numbers that were thrown around tonight, specifically the 86% of the residents have roots in Evanston, and there's a 50% success rate. I don't, I think that the commission is entitled to see some kind of proof of those numbers. If those numbers aren't accurate, you've got to know, and I'm very skeptical of them. Even though the current, the Connections doesn't meet the requirements in standard C and D, and for definition of a rooming house, it does meet, and I know this is going to make a lot of people unhappy, but it does meet the definition of what a public nuisance is. And that comes from their own expert. His description gives a very adequate accounting of that.
Mr. Starkman, I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
Yeah, I'll wrap up, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Somebody else will read the definition of a nuisance.
Next up, I have Don Dirks. Is it Dirks? Durkees?
It's turkeys.
Durkees? I apologize if I mispronounce anyone's name.
Believe me, I was called worse, especially when I was a child. Turkeys was what I got called a lot of. Thank you very much for spending the time. I know you're all volunteers. This is obviously a charged issue, so it's not an easy thing to do. My name is Don Durkees. My family and I have lived within 100 feet of the Margarita Inn for the last 17 years, so we've seen firsthand the impact that the Margarita Inn has had on the neighborhood, both pre and post Connections. I'm generally speaking not in favor of the special use designation, basically because of a few things. One is a very principled problem that I have is their shield from the police. And I know it's a sensitive issue, I get that, but I can't shield myself from the police, and that's a problem. And we did a little investigation and about the impact on the neighborhood relative to police and fire activity and emergency services. And from March of 2018 to March of 2020, before Connections took occupancy, and compared that to from March of 2020 to March of 2022, just the raw data from the city indicates that there's over 1,000% increase in calls. Now, we don't know the quality of those calls, but still there's 1,000 increase in calls of vehicles rolling to get to 1566 Oak Street. That's just a fact. It's not an invention. The organization obviously is a low barrier to entry, so everybody but a sex offender can live there, from what I understand. So these include drug abusers and addicts, mentally ill, obviously, violent offenders, proximate to families and young children in this area, in our neighborhood. This has had a pretty profound effect and impact on the neighborhood. They do great work. Don't misunderstand me. It's just that it needs to have more controls, more oversight, and certainly more transparency relative to police and fire. I know I've personally seen people in stupors walking down the middle of the street, challenging cars, yelling incoherently. So there was a man throwing boulders at a curb right outside my house. One poor woman was vomiting on the sidewalk as she was headed north towards the Margarita. I don't know if she lived there, don't get me wrong, but these are things we didn't see before March of 2020. So that's pretty much my comments. Obviously, the homeless need a place. Just not sure that this is the right one. The last thing was, I noticed in reading the packet that the application is for 70 residents. 63 are allowed today, I believe, by ordinance. So there are only 44 rooms, I think, in the Margarita. So that's packing them in pretty tightly. And if they need that much more space, perhaps this is the wrong location for it. That's it. Thank you very much for your time.
Chelsea Sherlock? think I see her coming from outside. That's fine.
Hi. So my name is Chelsea Sherlock. I live at 1567 Ridge. That is the building that is directly behind the Margarita Inn. So we share an alley. I walk past that alley or drive past it most days. Also go in front of the building. And part of why I chose to live in that building, a plus was living by the Margarita Inn as a supporter, but also because I really like the area. It is close to the train station. It's close to Benison's, which is one of my favorite places in Evanston. It's easy access to the lake. It's near where some of my friends live. It also is close to some other resources. It's pretty near a police and a fire station. It's right by the YMCA. It's a great area. And I think that's part of why it's particularly a good fit to have this shelter there. It provides a lot of good access to people, both those like me who are able to pay and also people who are in need of housing support there. It's a good location to live in, and that's why I think it's great. But I also want to talk about some of the steps that Connections has taken to listen to the community. So in addition to living behind the building, I'm also on the committee that's working to write the Good Neighbor Agreement. And prior to joining that committee, I also had the chance to attend one of the listening sessions that Connections put on. So in that listening session, I, along with any other committee or community member who came, had the chance to come in. We could ask any questions that we had. We went through some of the frequently asked question document that they provided us with. We could see some of the data. I also was able to take a tour of the building. One of the things that I was able to see is some of the rooms that they have for the participants to engage in receiving services. They have designated areas where you can meet with your case manager, with a counselor. There's different spaces for them to just interact. And just was really impressed with how the facility is set up, the way it provides, I think, a lot of what they need to operate well and provide the range of services that are needed for the people who are living there. And since then, I know that part of the listening sessions and other steps that they've taken really has gathered a lot of input that we're using to then write the Good Neighbor Agreement. So we're really looking in it at how can we really put our best foot forward with this agreement around what would be helpful both for us as neighbors and also for the people who live there, the staff, other stakeholders to this area. And a lot of what's informing that agreement has been thinking through what is the feedback that's received. We've had a lot of conversations around what is some of the main concerns that people are bringing. We've met with representatives from the businesses in the area. I've met with another renter from the area. We have members from different stakeholders like landowners, condo owners, et cetera. And it's been really informed by what are we hearing from people. And I already know that as Connection staff mentioned in their presentation earlier, they've already taken some steps towards making changes based on the feedback, whether that's having increased patrols for traffic, restrictions around loitering, areas for smoking. We've seen them take those steps. I know as a neighbor of the building, I see that impact, and I'm proud to be a neighbor. I think it's beneficial to where I live that we have the residents there.
Thank you. Greg Morrow? Greg Morrow in the room? I see somebody running from behind the doors. This is the problem with having overflow rooms. Yeah, so the next person up after him is going to be Susan Monroe. So she's in an outside room. Start making your way toward us. Mr. Monroe, floor is yours.
So my name is actually Ryan Williams, and I was asked to read the following text by Greg Morrow, who was unable to attend the meeting tonight. And the commission has received a letter from this, and the statement is being read in supplement to that text. So he says, homelessness and how communities plan and choose to help the homeless is a very personal subject to me. Recovering from homelessness, personal traumas, addictions, etc. is not an easy journey. A person has to fight day in and day out to accomplish the basics to become functional in society. It's a mighty effort. I myself was briefly homeless. I was lucky to end at this stage of my life and lead a productive and healthy life now. I also live around the corner from the Margarita. I also briefly worked for Connections this past spring as a benefits specialist. It was not a good fit, and I moved on. My parting was amicable. The work Connections does providing clothes, meals, rental assistance are successes and indispensable to the homeless community. While they may succeed in these areas, they unfortunately have failed at the Margarita. As far as I know, Connections are mandated to take a certain number of people referred by the Illinois Department of Corrections. When I worked there, I did see certain guests, public records. They were Class X felons, include sexual offenders, people with violent criminal backgrounds, et cetera, staying there. There are no screening processes in place. I am shocked that from time to time mothers with young children are housed there, not a safe space. There is also a doubt that there is violence, drugs, alcohol, and great disorder in the building. I felt very badly for the residents who was being bullied by other residents. Staff dismissed concerns of theft within the building. Violence and assault are a daily occurrence. I want to know that the issuance of the special permit for the Margarita Inn will bring nothing positive to the city. It may, however, further traumatize the very people in the building Connection purports to be helping, as well as numerous other untold negative effects we have only begun to see. I have asked this letter be read to you and asked you to resist the pressure to vote in favor of Connections' request for special use. I understand that their army of powerful attorneys and coordinated social media campaigns make this seem like a done deal. I know from listening in at board meetings that Connections considers this a done deal. If the city decides that a shelter is needed, it should be undertaken with the utmost respect to the neighbors of the city, should have a partner who truly works hand in hand with all parties. You should also know that behind the scenes, Connections does not. I will also tell you that Connections top management has nothing but contempt for neighbors and neighborhood concerns. I was shocked at CFTH leadership referring to neighbors as racist busybodies and complainers. I would like to say that the neighbors of the 4th Ward are some of the highest caliber people I have met. I have gotten to know many of them over my years living in the 4th Ward, and they are kind people. They are generous people, both with their time and resources. They are a community-minded people. The way Connections has treated them, both in the press and the private meetings, is reprehensible. They do deserve to be heard. Their grievances are not unfounded. The police are not whining NIMBYS. I'm not sure what that means, but please deny this variance so city can do this work in fashion we can all be proud of. There are many fine, sophisticated, and well-managed organizations. Connections is not the only option for the city. Please fight for the best for our city, for the homeless in our city, and as well as the residents. That's it.
Thank you. Next up, I have Susan Monroe, followed by Sharon Pines.
Good evening. I'm Susan Monroe. I live at 1518 Oak, which makes me a close neighbor of the Margarita Inn, and I do support this application. I think that as far as my experience has been, that Connections does do a good job with their operation. Because we do have a number of people who are without homes that move through our neighborhood, either they're living at the Margarita or they're moving between St. Mark's and St. Luke's and Hilda's Place, there are incidents that occur. I have found that both Connections and Interfaith Action have addressed these pretty quickly with understanding and respect all around. Only once in the past 3 years has the issue that has arisen involved a Margarita resident. And I walk our neighborhood day and night. I have a dog. I walk him early. I walk him late. I go by the Margarita several times a day, and I do not see these behaviors that I have heard reference to tonight. I want to say that in Evanston, we have a commitment to equity and to diversity. And I sometimes think that we blame these people for their predicaments, and we would like to push them beyond our borders For instance, I've been hearing about a plan to push them to Howard Street. And when we do that, we're ignoring the lack of affordable housing that is a regional and a national problem. And that we're also ignoring the structural barriers that exist, including racism, that keep people who are down on their luck stuck in that position. And I think in Evanston, we're better than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe. Next up, I have Sharon Pines, followed by Tony Ray. Before you
evening.
begin, Ms. Pines, is there a window open over there? And if so, can we close it? Because I'm getting a very cold draft from that side of the room. Thank you. I was trying to figure out where it was coming from, but I couldn't tell. I'm sorry, Ms. Pines. Floor is yours now.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Pines. I live at 1585 Ridge. I'm diagonally across the alley, just a few short yards away from the Margarita Inn. There are a few things I know to be true about Connections and the Margarita Inn. Having toured the premises and been there for meetings, I know for a fact that despite some disinformation and rumors, the inn has maintained its faded elegance over the past almost 3 years. There's been no wholesale destruction in the building. In fact, even very valuable antiques in the parlor sit untouched on the shelves. I also know for a fact that residents of the Margarita Inn are called participants because they participate in the services that are offered them to attain stability in their lives and permanent housing. I also know for a fact, having spoken to residents of the inn and having read the participant handbook, which by the way is freely accessible on the Connections website, that the rules and regulations the residents must follow are incredibly strict regarding behavior, upkeep of rooms, extending to the enforcement of curfews and the prohibition of visitors. This is a regimen that none of us in this room would consent to follow in our lives. And the consequences, of course, for not following the rules can involve being expelled from the program. I also know it's true that every single one of us who lives in a multi-unit building in Evanston, be it a rental, be it a condo, have people living in our buildings who struggle with alcoholism, who use drugs, whether they be legal or illegal, who have severe mental health challenges, who are hoarders, who are gun owners. In my building, there's one of every one of the above. And we don't have anything in our buildings like the restrictions, like the rules and regulations that govern the lives of the people in the Margarita Inn. Nor do we have in our buildings freely accessible services on site that people meeting these challenges can take advantage of. Finally, I know it to be a fact that homelessness is a problem nationwide. It's not going away, and it won't go away in Evanston if the Margarita Inn is forced to close, throwing 60 people out into the street. Evanston is supposedly a welcoming, open, progressive community. If we turn our backs on these most vulnerable Evanstonians, shame on us. Thank you.
Tony Ray is the next speaker, and following that is Diana Durkees.
I'm Tony Ray. I live at 1020 Grove, which is almost half a block from the Margarita Inn. Today I'm representing some of my neighbors. We didn't bring them all because frankly this is kind of late for some people. But we're here, I think, very united to say that we consider Margarita Inn good neighbors. I happen to be part of Interfaith Action of Evanston, and this past summer, when we circulated a petition in support of the Margarita Inn, and I think you can probably see the copies and see the addresses, I went to my neighbors to ask them if they would sign, and many of them said, "You mean it's not a hotel anymore?" So people had been living there. Margarita Inn had been managed by Connections for 2 years at that point, and none of us had been bothered. I'm like the neighbor who walks a lot. I also walk a lot. I've never seen any of these incidents on the street that seemed so dramatic, and Connections has been nothing except polite and considerate and asked us for feedback. I and many of my neighbors have been to listening sessions there. We've been to tours. We consider them good neighbors. Basically, I think it's important that, as the Interfaith Action says, we believe all our neighbors deserve a safe, stable place to call home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Next up, I have Diana Durkes, followed by Camille Halim.
Hi, everyone. My name's Diana Durkes, and I live 4 doors down from the Margarita Inn. So since 2020, we have observed what's happening there. Pardon? Is this better for you? Okay, so Connections is masterful at public relations, as we all saw here in their presentation. They are also been good for decades at embedding themselves in the Civic Center as a powerful lobby group. But I urge you today to look behind the prepared speeches to see what's really there. I urge you to look under the hood, dive down below the surface to see what is true and what is PR. If Connections paid for the appraisal in the packet that said that there will be no property value decrease, then it's invalid. It's biased. However, we in the vicinity stand to lose up to 12.7% of the value of our property if we were going to sell it tomorrow, according to the National Association of Realtors. That means if you own an average price home here in Evanston at $500,000, you might be out $65,000. Drug trafficking also diminishes property values. Living 4 doors down from the shelter, from time to time I strike up a conversation with the residents and the volunteers, usually meeting them out on the sidewalk just to chat. Just a few weeks ago, a longtime volunteer told me that Connections staff is selling drugs to the residents. The staff or residents that Connections has hired to work in the building. They get the drugs from suppliers that drive up to the curb on Oak, which most of us in the neighborhood have seen. Staff will also leave the back door open for dealers to come through the alley. Stocked with drugs, the staff then sells and enables residents' addiction inside the shelter. This activity, the volunteer said, is well known in the organization. This is what I mean by got to dig a little deeper and not just take what is said at face value. Connections is also adamant that no other building but the Margarita Inn will do, which has led many people to wonder, is it about helping the homeless or is it about owning that particular building? They're all about buying this particular building, the volunteer said. They only care about being a low barrier shelter so they can keep getting the money in. They save they're reluctant to pay for food, and they only do it when they have to. Therefore, the food quality isn't very good. The volunteer added, they aren't delivering on the programs that they say they are. A couple of notes that I have. At an August 30th meeting this year, attended in the Civic Center here with Mayor Biss, the Building Inspection Services Manager, whose name is Angelique Schnur, and Alderman Newsma. Ms. Schnur said that no sleeping should occur in the lower level of the Margarita Inn. She reported that she had just told the operators to remove the bunk beds that they had erected in the basement and that the space should be used for office work only. Yet the architectural drawings that were submitted with the package show sleeping rooms in the lower level of the building. And somehow that half subterranean level is now labeled the first floor. Where is the truth? Can people safely sleep in that lower level? Does this comply with city code?
Ms. Durkee, I'm going to ask you to begin wrapping up, please.
Okay, you should know that in the 4th Ward, just a block from the Margarita Inn, we already have a homeless shelter. It's at St. Mark's. And as Ms. Boggs said today, they are extending the time for sleeping there. They used to open it for emergency use in the cold weather, but they are extending it now. So within a block, we already have a homeless shelter, which means, of course, having lived here for 17 years, I've gotten to know some of those people at the shelter, and they're fine people.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up now, please.
Okay. I thank you very much for listening to me tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Durkee. The last speaker who lives within the 500 feet or owns property within the 500 feet is Camille Halim. Mr. Halim.
Good evening. I hope all the members of the committee received my letter. I sent it yesterday. And as I said in my letter, that I have maybe, so all of us care about homeless. And maybe I am one of the most people cared about homeless, that I have placed 310 homeless individuals in my apartment building during the pandemic. And it was an experience which I learned so much from it that I have to share it with the committee here, that sometime, like what this project, they want to put 60 homeless individual with some problems and some they need treatment together is so dangerous for the homeless, more for the neighbor. And I said in my letter that in my building, I have one tenant killed, the other one self-defense because the other one did not take his medicine. So this is a really project. I know there was a great presentation, one of the greatest legal offices presented, a lot of talk. We saw a lot of members from the Homeless Association here talking, but we have to be very careful allowing this setup to go. In our museum next door, and first thing, our museum is closed. Now, we're going to open April 21st. And across the street, we have a hotel we're going to open, which have 70 units. So our traffic is going to go maybe about 10 times as much as the traffic we have. Only the museum have the wedding venue, and we have people coming, as I said in my letter, coming from the wedding, and they've been harassed in the street. Ladies with their nightgowns after the wedding, they've been, I don't know where the staff of this for premises, no one else. I never seen one person outside the door. They said they have 15 people. I think they have demonstrated a very poor management from the building next door. I had a lunch with the creator of the Field Museum in my museum to make a joint exhibit with them. And when he was leaving after the lunch, he was approached by people, asked for money, and it didn't look good. Many people, they come try to book for wedding and things like this, and they're harassed in the street. So I think across the street, as I said in my letter, that we have to take all the benches out of the King House. I called Betty. She came and she said no, but we have, they continue, and they continue come and said so. The police report does not say maybe 10% of what's happening in the block. Because when a lady going after the wedding, going home, and somebody come and harass her, nobody called the police. Same thing like when the Field Museum person was going home and he was harassed, well, nobody called the police. So there's many incidents people do. There is drugs being sold there, and they have really showed a very poor management through the 2 years. I have the building next door. I have across. I'm very worried what will happen when we open and when we have people coming from Paris and London and all over the world to visit the museum, and when we have a convention going in the hotel across the street. So
Thank you, Mr. Halim. I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Aye.
With that, I will move on to the next round of people. Each of these has about a minute to speak. Again, if comments have already been made by people, you can always agree with somebody who spoke earlier. The first one is Chris Dillow, and the following one will be Eric, and I know I screwed up your name at the last meeting. Is it Passett? Passett.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for taking the time to listen to all of us. My name is Chris Dillow. I live at 1316 Oak, about a block and a half from the Margarita Inn. We're not here tonight to talk about the merits of supporting the homeless. We're here to talk about the fact that this is a homeless shelter. We're not here to talk about how many people that the Connections for the Homeless can put in a T-shirt and bring in here. We are talking about their relationship with the city of Evanston. Connections for the Homeless has only worked to evade transparency, accountability, and any responsibility to the city of Evanston, only pretending to be a good neighbor when procedurally expedient. Representation for Connections for the Homeless have used false narratives at the expense of Evanston police and the neighbors of the Margarita Inn. Connections for the Homeless public face has been to obstruct, defy, and defend, and defer blame with no regard to the victims of their mismanagement, and now literally threatening a lawsuit to intimidate our citizens, our residents of the city of Evanston, and tie up the city's resources. Connections for the Homeless enablers on city council have tried and failed twice, and we just heard what they're going to do now, to create a license so that Connections for the Homeless can operate as they are today, defying our most basic shelter our most basic shelter ordinances of proximity to schools and the number of residents that are allowed to be in one facility. I'm asking this board to uphold their responsibility to our residents and the homeless and demand accountability, to demand that Connections for the Homeless have the integrity to define who they are, to not pretend that they're a rooming house, but to come to this board and say, this is what we do, this is who we are, and this is what we want to do, and we want you to approve it. Not to continue to pretend that they are homeless, or pretend that they're a rooming house to circumvent our city's ordinances.
Thank you, Mr. Dillow. Mr. Eric Passett, along with Melissa Appelt, is next.
So I'm Eric Passett. I'm the owner of North Shore Apartments and Condos, so I deal with rentals in the area, so I can answer your question about that. And I also live on the 1400 block of Oak. So something I do want to bring up is that at one of our previous city or meetings with the city, I think it was a human relations meeting, the retired chief of police said, quoting his words, that the Connections for the Homeless has a very difficult time enforcing rules and maintaining order. So if we approve this, where do we go from here? Okay, that's going to say one. The second point I want to bring up is that I think a lot of people know that Albany Care is now allowed to have more. They were down to 240 patients, somewhere right around that. Now whatever their restriction was lifted. So now in the fourth ward, we're going to have more, let's say, more patients or more residents at the Albany Care, okay, that are already, I can tell you from having some buildings in that area, already tax the police and city services. We have Greenwood Inn that do the same. And now we already know how many instances are on our block of 1500 block of Oak. And I can tell you, I'm involved in the rental building literally right next door. We have maybe a few incidences the whole year. So 67 versus next door, maybe 3 or 4 the whole year. That doesn't tax the police department and city services.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Okay. And the only thing I'm going to address is about your rents. At the beginning of the year, I had more than one client say, you know, and I know it's a misinterpretation about what a homeless shelter is, but they said they didn't want to be next to where drug dealing and a lot of other things are going on. We did have to reduce the rents in order to fill our building. So now you say it's, you know, kind of hearsay, or is it really all true? Hard to say. But I can definitely tell you that that was true.
Thank you, Mr. Passett. Next up, I have Melissa Appelt, followed by Monique Parsons.
Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you. I speak tonight on behalf of the board, staff, and advisory committee for Interfaith Action of Evanston. We have been serving homeless and hungry people for 35 years, alongside Connections for the Homeless. It is very true that we do have overnight shelters. We have overnight shelters from October through May in 9 faith communities scattered throughout the city. St. Mark's is not one of them. They do operate a morning time shelter year-round. So one of our fears, and we shudder to think about the impact of losing this facility of the Margarita Inn. Where will they go? Our overnight shelters cannot absorb them. We are restricted by pandemic restrictions. And where will they go? Parking structures, alleyways, alcoves? You have to consider this. We see the Margarita Inn as a solution to the problem, and we urge you to vote yes.
Thank you, Ms. Appelt. Next up, I have Monique Parsons, and I think Dr. Wolf signed up, but he was your Dr. Wolf, correct? Okay, just wanting to make sure. So I have Monique Parsons, followed by James Lesmeister. Is Monique Parsons in the room? Going once, twice. Mr. Lesmeister, followed by Rodney Dawkins.
Good evening. My name is James Lesmeister, and I represent the Citizens Together for Evanston. They asked me to come and speak on their behalf. Mr. Starkman spoke earlier, and he was talking about he was looking for the definition of nuisance. And one of the things that this board has to consider, Land Use Commission has to consider, is whether or not this is a nuisance and whether or not Connections has met their burden under 6-3-5-10I, if it complies with all our applicable regulations of the district. Under Section 9-5-4G, any premises with one or more aggravated offenses at any time or 2 or more non-aggravated offenses in a 12-month period is hereby declared a nuisance premises. There's been plenty of FOI evidence of the number of incidences over the last 2 years, the number of calls, and I think from the years from March 2020 through March of 2022, 187 calls directed to the Margarita Inn. Of the EMTs, 73 were directed towards the Margarita Inn. So what you have here is that under Section 9-5-4-G2, evidence of criminal activity or citation issued to constitute qualifying aggravated offense or non-aggravated offense does not require a criminal conviction. Under Section 9-5-4-F, any person who is an owner, property manager, occupant, or tenant, or as a possessory control individually or jointly with others, has an affirmative duty to control and not encourage nor permit activity which constitutes criminal aggravated offense. And then the City of Evanston under 9-5-4H has an obligation to abate the nuisance. So what you have to consider, the Land Use Commission, this is a safety issue. If you grant this special use permit, are you then sanctioning a nuisance? And if you are, you're going to open up the city to a liability. And there has to be further discussion about this, because under these definitions that I've read, which is in the Evanston Code, you could be sanctioning and permitting a nuisance. And if you do that and there is a crime, then you will have a lawyer sue you along with
Mr. Lesmeister, I'm going to ask you to refrain from making any comments about litigation, because as soon as that happens, I have to shut this meeting down.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that's something to consider, is whether or not this is a nuisance and whether it has to be abated and whether or not the granting of the special use permit would do so. So it's a safety issue. Safety issues for all of us to concern. Anyone who has a safety issue, that's what we're concerned with for all citizens. It's a primary concern of all municipalities, is safety. So in the event that you are considering to grant a special use permit, we'd ask for a continuance so we could get an expert on criminal justice, an expert on nuisance, an expert on the safety issues, an expert with an MPA, Master's in Public Administration, a civil engineer on the parking and trafficking. I know Commissioner Halleck, you talked about the staffing issue. There should be an expert on the staffing. There should be additional conditions to consider, which is no drugs, no alcohol. Cooperation with the Evanston Police Department. There has been previously by the former police chief saying that there's not been cooperation with the police when they've had to go there, and there's been a reliance on the Homeless Bill of Rights. And there's been concerns from the police officers talking with corporate counsel regarding what to do when they have the invocation of the Homeless Bill of Rights. There has to be a consideration and analysis as to how can you reconcile that with obstruction of justice? How can you reconcile that when you have criminal activity afoot? So those are all concerns that have to be further discussed and considered regarding this. Furthermore, is going under the factors that the applicant has the burden to prove under 6-3-5-10, Mr. Starkman talked about earlier, is that we don't believe that it does meet the requirements of being a rooming board because it does serve food. We don't believe that it has done anything in the analysis of their application as to the comprehensive plan for Evanston. Nothing in it has done that. Instead, the special use permit application has focused on things that are not the comprehensive plan of Evanston. It was subsection C. Will it have a negative impact? I've already talked about Evanston's former retired police chief, Richard Eddington, saying is that there has been difficulty in their cooperation. I've talked about the number of calls, the seriousness of the incidents that have been there, aggravated assault, overdose, battery of a cleaning staff resident, physical altercation that took place at the Margarita Inn, police incident of battery.
Mr. Lesmeister, I'm going to ask you to begin wrapping up, please.
Very good. Another incident was of human trafficking and sex offense. All of these things are considerations to take under the code, and we don't believe they have met their burden under 6-3-5-10. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lesmeister. I heard there was a request for continuance, and I'm going to put that on hold for a moment until we finish citizen comment.
Very good.
Thank you. Also, just to state for the record there, I forgot to mention earlier, Mr. Lesmeister, since he was representing an organization, did request some extra time. I discussed it with staff this morning, and we granted 5 minutes for them to speak. Next up, I have Rodney Dawkins, followed by Ann Weatherhead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rodney Dawkins. I am a member of the National Healthcare for the Homeless Council. I spent many months living in shelters, including Hilda's Place. Now I have permanent, supportive housing. Housing first is effective. Housing is a human right. Housing is a basic need No United States of American citizen should be without housing. We need more housing and less handcuffs. Please stand with us as we support the Margarita Inn to help individuals who are human beings, voters, American citizens be productive. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Dawkins. Next, I have Ann Weatherhead, followed by Michael Roth.
We've already established that homelessness is a huge issue in our community, in communities around our country, and around our world. We have the resources and an opportunity to respond to those needs. And listening to the person just before me as an example of what we can do as a community to respond to this. Connections has been with us for almost 40 years. They have a proven track record. We look at what they're doing, not just putting Band-Aids on things and providing a service and letting people walk out on the street. They are taking them into the Margarita Inn, a new model for how we can deal with homelessness in our communities. And it's a learning curve, yes, and they're working at it. But people go there, they're surrounded with services, they get help in being housed, in moving into stable housing. I've been working with Connections, with Joining Forces on their advocacy team, with my Rotary Club, with Interfaith Action, so I am a strong advocate for our work with the homeless and in leading people into stable housing. I just have to ask, we've looked at many studies that have been done going back 10 years, studies by the city of Evanston on affordable housing, homelessness. They're sitting on the shelf. It's about time that we say, let's move on with this. We've done the studies. We know the issues. Connections has done an amazing job in terms of responding to this. Let's stand with them, work with them. We have the resources to solve this. We have to look at where is our humanity as a community. I'm also a member of First United Methodist Church. Pastor Grace, love you.
Thank you. Mr. Roth and Scott Gingold is after him.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Michael Roth. I'm an attorney representing PCH 1555 LLC, which is the owner of the property of the King's House right across the street from the Margarita Inn. I'm not here to talk about public policy or the morality of housing for the homeless. Rather, I'd like to discuss with you for a moment, and this has been mentioned, but I want it on the record, about where this matter most appropriately stands today. This is a zoning request, and it should be decided on the facts and on the standards that are embodied in your codes and your policies. You received my request. I know you did. I think it was referenced. My request for a continuance tonight. It's apparent to me that that request was denied.
Actually, it has not been. We considered those after citizen comment.
Well, my request was that this matter, this public hearing, be continued.
Okay.
Although that question may seem to be moot right now, it is not completely, because the merit of what I have to say, I think, still stands, and that is, where does this matter stand today? The very first point made by Ms. Pugh in her introduction was about rooming houses, and whether or not the fact that this is in fact, and it has been determined to be a rooming house. Well, it's not a rooming house, as has been stated. They're given 3 square meals a day, and that takes it out of the rooming house category. So the point of that, and I recognize that there have been appeals, that it's been decided, but the point of it is that you're operating from a clean slate on that issue. I believe that the petitioner has to establish that what they're doing is a rooming house. That appeal has expired. Counsel for the petitioner very vociferously told you on during the May meeting that they're ready to go with their petition, but for some reason or another they didn't, and as a result that determination expired. So we're operating from a clean slate, and I ask you, what is the most appropriate land use classification for this Connections operation? And as I say, it's not a rooming house. I think it's probably more appropriately a boarding house where they are serving meals. Very, very similar definition. I think Commissioner Lindwall had said that it's non-congregate housing, and I think that is true, also accurate. The real point that I want to make about this, though, is that the question of what the Connections operation is and how it should be categorized and how it should be treated and regulated is something that's under consideration by the City Council. There are going to be standards. As Council for the City of Evanston has said, this is being carefully studied. What are the standards that are going to apply? What are the standards that will apply to the Connections operation? And it would seem that the new definition of on-site non-congregate housing, that the Connections operation fits squarely within that definition. A new definition is being created by the city, and I think it is with this Connections operation in mind. So I say to you, what are the standards that they're going to adopt? Are there going to be spacing requirements? Are there going to be saturation requirements? How are they going to handle this? We know that zoning is not best suited for handling the operations of a business. Zoning just isn't there to do that. It's a land use control. The City Council is going to make decisions, most likely, certainly with the recommendation of staff, that recognizes a lot of the problems, a lot of the complexities that go with an operation like housing for the homeless. A very noble, a very important concept, a very important land use, but still, how should it be treated and how should it be regulated? And I submit to you that for this commission to decide a special use, and we know that if you're going to approve it, you're not going to approve it without conditions. How do those conditions fit within what the policies are going to be as dictated by the City Council? You don't know. You don't know.
Thank you, Mr.
And I
Ross.
submit to you, you should wait. Hold off on your decision on this matter until the City Council has had an opportunity to vet this issue. And finally, I submit to you my written request under Section 63517 of the City Code for a continuance of this matter so that I may have the opportunity to do the things that the objectors within 500 feet of the subject property are entitled by right to do. So I submit that to you. I could give it to staff or I can give it to you.
You can just present it to me, it's fine?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So those are my comments for tonight. Thank you. And I look forward to seeing you again at the next meeting.
Thank you. Next up, I have Scott Gingold, followed by Patrick Keenan-Devlin.
Hello, hello everyone. I'm Scott Gingold. I live in Evanston and I run a business in Evanston. And as many of you know, I sat on the Zoning Board of Appeals with some of you for 10 years. I submitted a letter today. I don't know if it made it to the board members, but I have copies that I can hand up if you like. I'm going to truncate my comments from what I put in the letter. Tonight I'd like to address what I consider to be the interesting land use question that's before you. So from a land use perspective, when I think of the request for the Margarita Inn to operate as a rooming house, I think one of the most compelling reasons to vote yes on the special use is because that's exactly how the property has operated for the past 50 years and perhaps longer. Most of the facts I'm going to give you were in the research that went into the zoning administrator's February 2022 zoning analysis, but I also found some public articles on the history of the property. So the Margarita Inn was built in 1927 as a, quote, club for working women. So when it was built, it was intended for women who didn't have a permanent home in the area and had just moved here and had jobs to have a place to get on their feet until they found a more permanent place to live. In 1974, the Catholic Bishop of Chicago applied for a special use permit for this property as a rooming house, continuing that humanitarian mission starting in 1974, and that's the special use that was granted by the city of Evanston, and that ran with the property until all of this business started in 2022, or 2020. Ironically, the property that operated as a commercial hotel didn't apply for a different special use. It was operating a hotel under the special use as a rooming house. Connections continued the humanitarian mission there starting in March of 2020. And when the pandemic hit, it was the city of Evanston that suggested that Connections rent the rooms in the hotel the rooming house, to use what was essentially unused space. And so Connections has provided a use for that unused space, and if it is not permitted to operate as a rooming house, there's a serious question what it will be used for or what it can be used for, because it is in the R6 district, it is not zoned to be operated as a hotel. And so I just encourage you to look at the history of the property and how it's been used and how Connections is using it and vote yes. Thank you. I'm going to hand up the letter I submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Gingold.
Good evening.
Good evening. You must be Patrick Devlin, and after that's going to be Paul Khalil.
Great. I actually have three Irish names. I'm Patrick Keenan Devlin, and I serve as the executive director of the James B. Moran Center for Youth Advocacy. We are a community-based legal, social work, and restorative justice organization rooted right here in Evanston, and we're an incredibly close partner with Connections for the Homeless. And I'm also speaking on behalf of the Coalition to End Homelessness. You see all of our logos up on the slide there. We are 25 community-based organizations, and we all support Connections' requests for a special use permit. Since March 2020, Connections has expertly housed 14 Moran Center clients. And I wanted to address the body tonight to speak about our experience as an agency, as a partner of Connections. I'd like to reiterate that number. We partnered with Connections in housing 14 Evanston residents. These were children, youth, emerging adults, and families. And the other important note is that all 14 of our clients are now permanently housed thanks to Connections for the Homeless. I'm a lawyer by trade, and justice matters. And justice begins with housing, and the Margarita Inn makes Evanston a more just community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan Devlin. Paul Khalil, followed by Q. Ibrahim. Mr. Khalil? He's sick? Okay. So I have Q. Ibrahim, followed by Yilo Kwesi Logan.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm Q. Ibrahim. I live at 2150 Ashland Avenue. I'm a fifth-generation Evanstonian. I left Evanston as a child, and I returned as an adult. One of the first things I noticed when I returned to Evanston was coming downtown, the development. I was like, wow, it was nothing like this when I was a child. The second thing I noticed was the homelessness. The third thing that I noticed were the snacks and the dog bowls that were outside of shops and restaurants. I returned in July. It was 90 degrees, and I realized that human beings could not have a snack nor water when it was 90 degrees outside, but a dog could. We're here to consider the Margarita Inn and a place for people that have nowhere to go to live. I cannot remember a November that has been this cold. I'm sitting over here and my hands and legs are freezing. Yet we are considering putting human beings on the street right now. Many know me affectionately as Chef Q Ibrahim in our community. I'm called Chef Q. In the past 2 years, the work that I've done has been highlighted around the world. The work together that we have done in Evanston has changed the world due to what we have done to help people that were in need. 2 weeks ago, the governor of Illinois said my name and talked about the work that had happened in Evanston, Illinois. It's huge. We have the opportunity to do something to change the United States and our city as we know it, and we are considering putting human beings on the street. As adults, we have got to be responsible for our actions and the systems that we create. I'm not religious at all, but in all religions you hear about sins. If there was one sin, if there were two sins, one would be to not feed people, and two would be to not give human beings shelter. I understand the bylaws and the policies, but we are human beings. Could you imagine going outside right now and sleeping? It is 20 degrees outside.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
I will wrap up. We are here in support of the Margarita Inn. I am here in support of the Margarita Inn. We are all in.
Dr. Logan, followed by Rich Eddington.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you all for your service. My name is Dr. Gilo Kwesi Logan. I'm a fifth-generation Evanstonian, a resident of the 2nd Ward, and I come from a family that served this community, including both of our school districts, our police department, and our city government for over 100 years. I serve as a leadership and diversity consultant, and for the better part of the last 3 years, I've worked closely with Connections for the Homeless and their diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. I know firsthand how important these services are that Connections provides our community. Of the Evanstonians served by Connections last year alone, almost 70% were Black Evanstonians. Yet our population in Evanston is less than 20%. I know firsthand how vital these services are because I've had both friends that I've grown up with and family members served by Connections for the Homeless, all who are permanently housed today. Connections is a critical player in confronting the racial inequities in Evanston. Both personally and professionally, I know that the work that Connections does at the Margarita is part of how we repair, how we rebuild and support our community, and specifically the Black community in Evanston, which clearly needs these services. So voting yes to the special use permit is allowing this important equity work to continue. I encourage you all to vote yes. And in my work with the Connections for the Homeless, I have looked under the hood, and I see nothing but good intentions, knowledge, research-based practices, and services that our community needs. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Logan. Rich Eddington, followed by Ali Harned.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Rich Eddington. I live at 807 Davis. Some of my prior comments before Human Services have already been mentioned tonight, but I'd like to start off by reading two things. First of all is the mission of the Land Use Committee, ensuring public health, safety, comfort, convenience, general welfare, and the objectives and policies of the Comprehensive General Plan. A paragraph in that general plan states, the growth and evolution of Evanston's institutions should be supported so long as the growth does not have an adverse impact on the residentially zoned adjacent neighborhoods. To summarize this, I'm here to support the mission but disagree with the method. I think we do have to address homelessness. I'm not sure this is the right tool to address that situation. I think Connections has already forecast for you their intentions if you don't do exactly what they want. The chairman has admonished us not to use the L word, so I think you know where that's going. And I would suggest to you, in any long-term relationship you're going to start, is that the attitude you want from a long-term partner? My way or the highway? I don't think so. I don't think so. And I think that also the good neighbor agreement is difficult because it would take an individual neighbor to enforce it unless the city signs on. I don't see the city's attitude going that way. And so I would ask you to reconsider this. I am supportive of the mission. I don't know that Connections is the right partner and has the right attitude to execute and manage a facility in downtown Evanston. thank you for your time.
Mr. Eddington, before you leave, since your name has been invoked a couple times this evening, I'll ask you if there's anything you would like to respond to in response to any of those comments, if there's anything you would like to add, since people are quoting you.
What I would like to add is I would suggest that you contact Chief Stewart. I think she is the person who is the arbiter of what the facts of the statistics are. And once again, I think the statistics you were presented tonight dealt with crime, which we do that often. I think the issue that you're hearing from the neighbors are quality of life issues, not Part 1 crimes. It's two different things. And I think Chief Stewart would be the independent arbiter of that information.
Thank you. I just wanted to give you a chance to respond since
Thank you for the
people have been
courtesy.
mentioning
Have a
your
good
name.
evening.
Ali Harned, followed by Ken Moses.
Good evening. I'm Allie Harned, a Second Ward resident and a school social worker in District 65. I am here to express my enthusiastic support for Connections for the Homeless to be able to continue their essential work, serving the unhoused community at the Margarita Inn. In District 65, we have over 300 students who are homeless. During the last 3 years, the Margarita Inn has provided over 70 families, many with children in our schools, the stability that they needed so that they could continue their education. The Margarita Inn is an absolutely critical element in the continuum of housing options for our vulnerable families. We should be working to find more options, not fighting against this one, which has helped so many children bridge the gap between coming home coming to school, after sleeping in a car or sleeping in a warm bed. I bet that most of us here who live in Evanston have chosen to live here because of the amazing community that it is, the excellent schools, the diversity, the progressive values that prioritize an individual's humanity and honors their dignity. If we want to be the Evanston that we think we are, we must not only accept the Margarita Inn as a permanent shelter, but embrace it, support it, and celebrate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harned. Ken Moses, followed by Aaron Brown. Mr. Moses, not seeing. Aaron Brown. And then after Aaron Brown is going to be Stephen Lewis.
Good evening and thank you. I live in the 4th Ward with my wife and 2 children. I'm speaking here on behalf of my family. We strongly support Connections requests before you tonight. We are inspired by their vision and dedication to providing the most humane and dignified housing for our neighbors. We are disappointed to hear of the opposition to this innovative program through the use of coded language and classist narratives. A community that treats people as humans worthy of equal rights, dignity, and respect is the community we want to build. Please note my family's strong support, and thank you to Connections for leading the way. I look forward to your approval.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Stephen Lewis, followed by Dan Cox.
Hi, Stephen Lewis had to leave, so I'm speaking on his behalf. I'm his partner, Joe Rochelo. I guess we have a different take on this, and I respect the fact that you're a zoning commission. Lots of great feedback and a lot of great support for Connections or people that are living close by. I live about 4 blocks away, so I am impacted by some of the quality of life issues that the chief talked about, and they are significant, and yes, they are attributable in some cases to Margarita Inn residents. But our take on this, and mine personally, is the precedent that this would set if you approve this request for variance. It opens up floodgates, and for those of us that have a single-family house right in the neighborhood, maybe it gives us an opportunity to come back before you with a request for the same kind of a special use permit for our property. This industry of social services that Connections is benefiting from and that the city seems to be very in tune with is very lucrative for these organizations, and why shouldn't the rest of the residents benefit as well? So I think the precedent that you would set by approving this, I like the idea of maybe doing a little more homework or a little more research. Everyone involved, it sounds like we could all use a little more education, but I'll just leave you with really consider the precedent that this sets in your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Cox, and then the last speaker I have signed up is Abigail Aziza Stone.
Thank you. My name is Dan Cox. I live 5 blocks away
from the Margarita Inn. I'm also serve as a board member of Connections for the Homeless. You know, a lot of my comments are redundant from what's been told before in the spirit of being additive. I really just wanted to talk about the board a little bit. There have been a couple comments that have kind of warned that the Margarita Inn could go the way of Albany Care. But, you know, I really see a whole lot of differences, and really two of which are the board. That's the first one. Connections has a board, and we are a fiduciary to the board to make sure that they are serving the mission that they've been set out to do. The board is made up primarily of Evanstonians. I live 5 blocks away. The president of the board, Paul Khalil, who wanted to be here but was sick, he lives 5 blocks away. I actually know several of the concerned neighbors, and you know, concerned neighbors over the past year or two have taken the opportunity to reach out to me. This is my neighborhood too. This is their neighborhood. And so, you know, very early on, I was able to, I really appreciated some of these concerns that were shared, namely around a concern that they were worried that they weren't going to get a chance to be heard, and that they were worried that there weren't going to be some rules in place. You know, as a board member, I've worked with the rest of the board and with the staff to make sure that not only there have been plenty of opportunities to be heard. In fact, there was, I think, unprecedented 12 listening sessions, as you heard earlier, that they invited members of the community. There have also been, as we've heard, this sort of 3-legged stool that, you know, came out, you know, from a lot of those early concerns. So, you know, as a board, we are here among the community, and as a board, we have this fiduciary responsibility to make sure that the mission of Margarita Inn is to get people out of Margarita Inn into permanent housing. That's the second difference. I don't know Albany Care all that well. I don't know if the mission of Albany Care is necessarily to get people out of Albany Care. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And my final speaker I have signed up is Abigail Aziza Stone.
Greetings. Thank you all for your time and your ear. I'm Abigail Aziza Stone. I am also a board member of Connections and on the executive committee and board member to the Alliance to End Homelessness in suburban Cook County. As a mother who fled to a hotel and then to a shelter from an abusive marriage when I lived in Evanston, my 2 sons attended those District 65 schools that we heard about. I know firsthand the incredible need because of that in the community, and that this hotel style of sheltering human beings is infinitely more effective for people experiencing homelessness than prior shelters, because it provides the safety and the dignity that human beings experiencing homelessness need in order to move forward with their lives. My sons and I, including one who has special needs, deaf and autism, who attended Park School in Evanston, are currently housed through Connections, and we are thriving and serving and giving back. I know it was a question about people being Evanstonians. Well, I still serve in this Evanston community because I'm stably housed and able. And many of the people here know me and have seen me serve with several organizations. Through my serving, I'm also aware of the great results that this model is achieving throughout the country. I thank you all for your time, and I urge you to approve the special use permit for the Margarita Inn. Don't let dogs be treated better in Evanston. I believe Evanston is better than that, and this is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stone. That is everyone that I had signed up for this evening. We have 2 requests for continuances. Mr. Lesmeister, do you have something in writing that states your reason for a continuance? Okay. Okay. Okay, Mr. Roth? I've lost Mr. Roth. Did I lose Mr. Roth? He left. Okay. So I'll turn to the board at this point. We have a request for 2 continuances. Mr. Lesmeister, I'm going to ask you to come up and just basically very briefly state your request for a continuance again so it's fresh in our minds.
Sure. So under the code 6-3-5-17B, if we object, we're all entitled to granted 1 continuance to rebut the evidence. So what I presented and proposed is that we have the opportunity to present an expert on criminal justice, an expert on nuisance, an expert on the safety issues, an expert with a master's in public administration on the impact of Evanston and the comprehensive plan that was not analyzed under the special use permit application, staffing expert, and a civil engineer on the parking and traffic issues. Furthermore, we would like an analysis under the code, which is 6-3-5-10, and all those factors, and saying that the special use permit that is being sought by this applicant does not fit under the definition of rooming house, nor does it fit under any of the other ways it could be a special use permit under that special use permit section. So thank you. Thank you for allowing me to restate it.
Thank you. Mr. Roth's request also covers off on 6-3-5-17. He includes A and B. I guess I have a couple questions maybe for staff. Particularly, I'm going to look at legal here. This says that they shall be granted. Is that the wording that's in the ordinance currently? Because this one also says zoning board of appeals, so this may be an older one, so
Let me look 1 second.
I'm going to ask you just to review that, because if the word shall is in there, it's obligatory.
Didn't we already review this?
We changed our rules.
I thought we established that that was for the zoning board of appeals on another case. So there's already precedent for.
So our rules currently say may grant a continuance. If the ordinance says shall grant a continuance, then we are obligated to grant a continuance. And that's why I want confirmation from council that that is indeed the wording.
It says such continuance may be at the Commission's discretion upon showing that the case is unable to proceed with testimony, evidence, or cross-examination at the current hearing for good cause.
Okay, so the ordinance has changed from the wording that is currently in Mr. Roth's document and in what Mr. Lesmeister has presented.
Correct.
So it is at our discretion as opposed to obligatory. Okay, I wanted to clear that before we did it. So we have these 2 continuances that kind of run hand in hand. I'll ask commissioners if they have general thoughts on continuing the case so that a raft of experts can be produced to counter this. Mr. Roth is not quite that broad. It basically says that he would like to present witnesses on his behalf, potentially, and review documents and material. I guess the question to zoning staff is documents and material have been available to the public for some period, we give at least a 2-week notice. Is that correct?
That is correct, and the application has been on the city website for roughly 3 weeks at this point.
Okay, thank you. With that information in mind, I'll ask the commission their general thoughts on granting of a continuance.
One of the questions that I had is related to our standards is whether there's an effect, a negative effect on the surrounding neighbors. And we've heard testimony that there is, but I don't think we've heard conclusive testimony as to we heard testimony as to why it might have a negative effect, but not that there is a negative effect. And I think that's one of our standards. We need to rule on that. And so I don't know if we can get, by having a continuance, more information on that. But to me, that would be a good clarification.
I'm going to stray a little bit from our rules. I think I saw Alderman Nusma in the room. I'm going to ask him not to speak on this particular matter because he cannot speak on it, but I'm going to ask him if he would like to share some updates on the licensing and what is the proposal on that, if you are able to do that at this point, not to put you on the spot. I'm just wondering if by granting, I don't know if you know, so I don't mean to put you on the spot. The question had come up earlier about the licensing, and I'm wondering if by granting a continuance and allowing some extra information to come in, I think you said Human Services is meeting Monday?
That's correct, but this, by removing, so currently the license proposed would not be applicable because if this special use is granted, this is a rooming house.
Correct.
The license that was proposed was for a non-congregate shelter, and that's not applicable. Upon further review of the city's codes, we reviewed the current rooming house license, and we noted that there's many rooming houses in the city of Evanston under the zoning code, and the license in general for all of those rooming houses was extremely outdated. So that's why we're working with staff in different departments to update the rooming house license, not specifically for this instance, but for all rooming houses within the city, because it is extremely outdated. The way the license sort of read would be for a rooming house from many years ago where perhaps, women would move to the city from farmland and live in a rooming house, and that's certainly not how rooming houses operate.
We've moved on
any
a bit
longer.
since then.
Yeah, so the license updates that the city is going to propose is for all rooming houses.
So there's nothing in the works in particular. It's just a discussion at this point?
No, it is in the works, and the staff is working on it. We are just coming up on a busy holiday season, so I can't give you an exact timeline. There is only one city council meeting in December, and I know it's not on that agenda.
Okay.
So it is in the works, but it will apply to all rooming houses.
Yeah, and I understand that. I was just wondering if we would get any additional insight after the meeting on the 5th.
I do not believe so, because if the license that the city is proposing to update the rooming houses, that would actually go through P&D and not through Human Services. So it's staff's intent that there will not be updated.
Health thing now. Okay. I guess I don't need you. Thank you, though, for coming up thank you for coming up and letting people know you attended tonight. So that doesn't gain us anything. So I guess is with understanding that there has been this request for additional expert testimony, and is there a motion to grant a continuance?
Can I clarify what specifically would the expert testimony deliver for us that we have not heard so far? That's the only thing I want to just clarify.
And I think that Mr. Lesmeister is the one who is requesting the experts. So I would ask you if you could come up and just tell us what you think would be.
If you can just clarify whether you're saying you
revealed.
need to find experts to advise on issues related to the code, or whether you are trying to provide testimony about particular issues arising from the operation of the rooming house.
But it'd be experts regarding the things that I articulated in terms of whether or not you're granting this special use. Is it going to be a granting a special use permit for a nuisance? And I've reconciled that with the codes that I already cited. And there has to be an expert on the criminal justice. There has to be someone to talk to you about whether or not this homeless bill of rights is somehow clashing with criminal codes of obstruction of justice and cooperation of police when criminal activities afoot, exigent circumstances, and one of the implication of such is a problem. An expert on the safety issues, an expert, masters of public administration. We just think their special use permit that has been presented has not given an analysis under the Evanston Comprehensive Plan. So it would be allow us an opportunity, as they had the opportunity to present this application, to allow my client to go ahead and present their side as Together for Evanston, to say what their position is and why you should not grant it, and to consider that, to be fully informed. There's no harm to be fully informed before making a decision on something that has had strong opinions from both sides.
Understood. Is there a reason why you were unable to have some expert witnesses tonight?
Because of the time constraints. It is a very big application. There's a lot to digest. There was just from this digesting it and the short time that I had to even talk to the board tonight about the different things under 6-3-5-10. To be able to have that information, not just as an advocate, but for you to have it as facts from someone who can compile it and give you their own presentation. They were able to give you a presentation of their facts, and we allow them the opportunity for those against it to do so as well.
Commissioner Lindwald?
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't, really given a lot of thought to the nuisance premises issue, and I think that is something that really kind of goes to some of the concerns about the adverse impact on the neighborhood, and I think that would be worth having, some additional testimony on. I mean, I don't know that the long list of experts that you are proposing to bring seems a bit much, but I think that understanding the impact on the neighborhood and is something that is kind of key to granting a special use, because there are a couple of standards that, in my mind, may or may not have been met, and so I think the nuisances is something that I would be interested in hearing more about, along with maybe some additional input on the kinds of police calls that are being made. Because I agree that the Part 1 crimes are not necessarily the most relevant.
I'm going to look to staff for a moment and say, if a continuance were to be granted, what does our agenda look like as we move into the holidays?
We have one more meeting scheduled for this year. It is for December 14th. There are 2 agenda items scheduled. I would anticipate that one of those agenda items would likely reschedule to next year if this case is continued to that date.
Okay.
And I will not be here on the 14th, just.
I also saw counsel raising her hand.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. If it's pertinent, I could speak to the nuisance premise ordinance slightly. All properties that have police activity are subject to the nuisance premise ordinance as it's written. And I believe that this property was reviewed to see if it qualified as a nuisance premise throughout the years. And there is a caveat in the ordinance that says that these incidents have to occur at the address with people that are living there, not down the street, not subsequent. And when we did review it, this property did not qualify as a nuisance premise as it was reviewed by staff throughout the last 2 years.
So it's the position of the city that this is not a nuisance property at current.
It currently does not qualify as a nuisance premise.
Okay. I'll ask for a motion for continuance, then we can vote, basically based on the information that we currently have. So with that, is there a motion to grant a continuance of this matter to our meeting on December 14th, made by someone on the commission?
I'll move for the continuance.
I'll move by Commissioner Westerberg. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Johnson. Any further discussion? If not, would you please take a roll call vote on continuing this matter to our meeting on December 14th?
Commissioner Arevalo?
No.
Commissioner Halleck? Commissioner Johnson? Yes. Commissioner Linwall?
No.
Commissioner Murdenchev?
No.
Commissioner Puctel?
No.
Commissioner Westerberg? No. And Chair Rogers?
No. So by a vote of 2 to 6, the motion to grant a continuance fails, and therefore we will continue with the case this evening. With that being said, I'm just going to note briefly the time, which is 10:24. Are all the commissioners doing okay? All right. I will ask Ms. Pugh then if she would like to make any comments in summation before we begin deliberation.
Yes, very brief rebuttal comments by my partner, Phil McKenna.
Good evening, everyone. We'll be really brief. You've been incredibly patient and gracious with your time. I'm just going to cover 4 items that occurred or recurred in some cases during various objectors' presentations. The first is license conditions. There's a lot of talk about license conditions. We need them to be this way. We need them to be that way. Connections is fully supportive of the approach here, which includes a good neighbor agreement, a special use permit, and a licensing process. We're engaged in that process. That's where those criteria will be developed and will be applied. This body has its own rules, has its own requirements, and it's got its own deliberations to make to see whether our application and the evidence we put on tonight establishes that we meet all those criteria. I also want to talk a little bit about the definition of rooming. That came up. Specifically, I think we've covered the direct versus indirect payment part of the definition. But if you look back up at the definition, there were references to food. And as we read the definition, it's where lodging, excluding food, is provided for compensation. And what you heard in the presentations tonight is food is provided for free. It's not provided for compensation. It's not part of the fundraising. It's donations, and to the extent it runs short, Connections itself will purchase the food and bring it in. And in that sense, and the way we look at it is, it's no different that if a resident went to a store, a local store, bought takeout, and brought it back to their room. It's exactly the same. It's not a boarding house, which would include the provision of food as part of the payment on a regular and daily basis. So that's our response to the raising of food as causing a disqualification of this being a rooming house. Nuisance, I think we've heard from Corporation Counsel that that's really not an issue here, but I would add one other thing. The ordinance, like a lot of ordinances, has a pretty robust set of definitions, requirements, and allows the city to take appropriate actions administratively and in the circuit court to enforce violations of the nuisance ordinance. And while I certainly agree that it sort of indirectly bears on the negative potential impact, the specific criteria for a special use nowhere mention that this board has some obligation to determine whether there is a nuisance. I mean, the word nuisance is frankly just not in there. It's really a totally separate and different body of law. And finally, one factual correction. Yes, it is true that for a period of time, The basement was in use, but as soon as the fire department brought to the attention of Connections that they did not believe that was permitted, it immediately stopped, doesn't exist today. There's no such further use of the basement, and that's not contemplated by this special use. So that's all we have in rebuttal, and unless the commission has any further questions.
I have just one thing I'd like to bring to your attention. In the packet we received this evening in the staff memo, page 7 of 11, going on to page 12, lists a number of conditions that may be considered appropriate.
Right.
Have you had a chance to review those?
We have, and we accept all those conditions.
You have no issue with any of
No,
those as
we do
they
not.
are currently presented? All right,
not.
thank you, Mr. McKenna. Anything else before we close the record?
Yeah, actually, I've got a couple of questions for Connections, probably Betty and Tina. And I know that with the Housing First model, I mean, there are different ways of selecting your clients. And clearly, you're going for, you have a series of criteria with, housing the most vulnerable. But there are a lot of other models that I've seen, again, the Housing First model, where the goal is, the easiest to place to transition from homelessness into permanent housing. Why did you choose the approach that you have?
Housing First is a mandated approach by HUD, first of all. We have to use it, but it's not because we have to use it that we use it. We see every day how effective it is. I think we talked a little bit about how difficult it is, and this is how shelters were won for years and years. You had to prove you were sober before you could even enter a shelter.
No, I'm not. I'm not
Right.
going. I mean, I'm not. I'm just saying, there can be people with substance abuse or other other traumas that are easier to place than someone who has got serious mental health issues, for example. So the question is, do you choose the most difficult to place or the easiest to place, or would you serve more people if you were to kind of go with the low-hanging fruit first, as it were?
There's actually a word for that in social services. It's called creaming. And it does make people's results look better. The reality is someone has to serve the vulnerable folks. And when we're talking about vulnerability, there are many factors that weigh into that. It's not just someone's mental health condition or their substance use history or anything like that. It could be that they're sleeping on the train and they have to go to dialysis. That makes them extremely vulnerable. Or they're 79. Or they're a young person, a 22-year-old. They're fleeing domestic violence. So we dynamically manage our wait list. And that level of vulnerability does not necessarily translate into difficulty. Right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to, just in terms of transitioning into permanent housing.
It does not translate. People who are fleeing domestic violence have very complicated lives. But yet of course we have to serve people who are fleeing domestic violence. It's the largest cause of homelessness for women in this country. So of course we serve that population. I go back to our focus on safety. When we're making a decision about whether someone can live at the Margarita, we are doing our best to determine whether that person can be safe in a relatively dense residential environment. And the answer to that is not always yes. And that's where our full team approach becomes very important, because we know folks, we have a long wait list, we know folks for a while before they come in. We're not 100% on our assessments of folks. Of course, we make mistakes or people change, but what we care about is whether that person can be safe. And are they able to be safe when they have a mental health condition? Maybe. if they are perfectly sober, they could be very dangerous. And so that's why we take all those factors into consideration. It's not, there's not quite, there's not a formula we can use. We have to weigh all these factors.
Okay. And I guess kind of just to clarify, there's been testimony, at various hearings about, your residents loitering, and I understand that's not the goal. But would loitering by a resident on a recurring basis be enough to have, to invoke the 3 strikes and you're out rule or not?
In the community or?
Yeah, in front of your building, for example, or harassing residents, neighborhood residents.
I mean, we engage, if someone is certainly loitering in front of the building, or has a bicycle locked up in front of the building, or is harassing, or any, harassing.
Yeah, but I mean, that
absolutely would intervene.
And that would be part of that would be part of your.
If it's on our, we can't control
Other
everything
people.
that happens in the
Right.
community,
No,
but if it's on our property and it continued and it.
Because you're a resident is what I'm asking.
It would be an issue with their ability to continue to stay there, yes.
Okay, I think. And then I guess, do you have people who cycle in and out of your facility? Do you have repeat customers, for example?
On occasion, it's not common, but we have had a few people, unfortunately, who have exited what's called rapid rehousing, which is a short-term rental subsidy, which is not always the right fit for someone, so they may not be able to sustain, they may unfortunately end up homeless again and need shelter again. It's pretty uncommon, though.
Okay, I think that's all I have for you. And I do have a question, I guess probably for staff, which is the restaurant space, which I know is not used at the moment. What kind of approvals would be needed to occupy the restaurant space, either by Connections or somebody else? Is that just a standard permitting issue at this point?
If it were to operate as an accessory use to the rooming house, then it would need the appropriate food license and likely building permits to bring things up to code. It would not need anything additional from zoning. It could not be open to the public. It is not an eligible use as a type 1 restaurant in the R6 district.
It would not, because of the definition of food service, trigger anything there with the rooming house special use. I know it's after 9 o'clock.
It would depend on the details. We would need to evaluate it at that time.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I have a couple more questions for staff. Do you want to close for the record first, or?
No, let's go ahead and get the staff questions, so if there's something that we need to get a response.
So, first of all, if this proposal is granted, then the building comes off the tax rolls, correct?
As a nonprofit, it could, yes.
Right. Do you know how much real estate taxes are that you'd lose?
We can find out very quickly for you.
All right. Second question is, do you
Excuse
see?
me.
Just a sec, yeah. Ms. Pugh, do you want to?
Directly germane to your question, there is a deed restriction that already required a pilot, payment in lieu of taxes, that it doesn't prevent the property from going, seeking tax relief, but it would still need to pay a significant amount of taxes under the deed restriction. So it's the city of Evanston is one of the taxing bodies, and the 2 school districts would still receive their tax payment.
Would it, just to follow up on that, would it be like a nonprofit, just facility that tends to, at least the assessor says it's on the tax rolls, but at a lower assessment rate? Is that how that would work, or would it be?
I'm not a tax
Totally.
expert, but I know that we are bound by the deed restriction and would still have to pay taxes to those 3 taxing bodies. So, which is, I think, about 3/4 of the tax bill, something like that. I just wanted you to have that fact.
Thank you.
Okay.
Has the city looked at or projected any increase in municipal costs related to this request? In other words, for license reviews, reviewing not just the license, but perhaps operations, police staffing, anything like that. Have you identified any additional costs that you might be looking at?
Thank you, Commissioner. Alex Ruggie, Assistant City Attorney. So as far as inspections or the license renewal, how licensing works in the city of Evanston is there is an annual fee, and the annual fee accounts for the amount of time staff would spend doing inspections and issuing the license and maintaining the license throughout the year. So there is a fee associated with the license, and that accounts for that. I don't believe, and other staff can join in, but I don't believe that we've reviewed any other staffing or any other financial impact to the city.
Okay. And just one last question on this. This has been referred to a couple of times. There is the Housing Act, right? The Homeless Bill of Rights. There's been the information that was in the packet and the suggestion that the applicant may want to sue the city.
Please don't go there.
Oh, that's right, I can't do that. I beg your pardon.
Thank you.
All right, I won't clarify that. I'll leave it murky for now. I'm going to go one more time. The rooming house is currently the only designation we really have to handle this type of request. This is based on our previous meetings on this. Correct?
It is the application that is before us that they have specifically applied for a rooming house.
Okay.
I have a question,
Yes.
and it's to staff and maybe to our legal counsel. In the past, we approved special uses with a kind of a time check after a year or 2 years about the fulfillment of all the clauses that we put in the special use. Is this applicable in this case?
That is one option. Things to consider along with that is that there is a three-pronged approach for regulation of the proposed use. So if the special use is granted, there automatically will be an annual licensing that involves that could involve updating of the operations agreement to address any of those concerns. So it could be a condition that it comes back in front of the Land Use Commission if you so desire. It also could be handled through other regulations.
And is this automatic or not?
It is not. The re-review in the licensing is automatic. Re-review for the special use would only be done if there is a condition for that.
Okay. Thank you.
So typically, we've kind of shied away from that because lots of times those don't get done. So the licensing in this particular case would be a much stronger mechanism to encourage compliance as opposed to having to send zoning staff out and asking them to report back on the special use. So in this particular case, we have a mechanism. We don't always have that mechanism in place, which is why we typically will try to invoke something like that.
To clarify for the commission, our information is showing that the 2021 tax bill was $219,603.71.
Okay, thank you.
And only a portion of that would then be paid, correct?
With the pilot that is currently on the property, it would be whatever amount is stated in that, which I have not yet found.
Okay.
You would have to click on the tax district info. I believe that will give you the amounts.
All right. I'd like to close the record and begin deliberations as we move into hour 4. So let's do that. Let's close the record and begin our deliberations. At this point, the board will discuss among itself What we see is the merits, any conditions that we need to place on the matter, but the record is closed to input from the applicant and from the public. So I'll ask commissioners first off if they have looked through page 7 and 8 of the staff memo, which mentions some conditions. And if there's anything in those conditions that they feel is problematic, redundant, needs to be strengthened.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
You know, I based on previous discussions, I really had hoped that we would come here and we would have an agreement between the neighbor organization and Connections for the Homeless, and then we would approve of the project. But we don't have that, and I think that Mr. Cleve brought up several things that I would have to go back to this document, these items here. But I think that what I'd like to see in this document is the clarifications that he suggested. There were 1, 2, 3, more than 3 or 4. And maybe he could state them again, but I think that would look. I think that you know, all organizations, including Connections with the Homeless, have good intentions, but good intentions only go so far. You have to have good results. And how do we? I think the issue here is how do we ensure that they're good results? And I think the way to do that, the starting way to do that, is to make sure that the conditions that we place on this are as strong as they can be. I'd love to say that you know, we don't rule on this until there's a licensing agreement, but I'm not sure if the licensing agreement passed by the council is going to be as strong as it should be. So
I'll just throw this out there, that basically since May, June, July, when did we hear this case? July, I think, was when we finally.
March and April, I believe. It's early.
Was it early? Okay, so it's been several months.
Yeah.
And the city has not been able to put a license together.
Right.
And by us continuing to have that operating, or to continue to wait for the city, every day that they operate, Connections is forced in a position where they're operating without a special use.
Right. No, I understand that. I'm not saying wait.
Right.
Ideally, I said I'd love to have that, but I don't think that's realistic. So instead of that, I'd like to make our approval, the points that we attach to our approval, be as strong as they can be. And I'm referring to Mr. Cleave's comments because I thought they were they're good comments, and I just maybe can't articulate all 4. I think there were four comments, all 4 of them. One of them had to do with making mental health counseling a requirement, and that's not exactly how it's stated here. Requiring them Connections to follow the guidelines, and then maybe you suggested a limit on the stay. I'm not sure about that one. We can debate that, but then I don't remember what the 4th one was. And the other thing, to Commissioner Mirchev's comment, there should be some sort of a measure, I think, of the success rate, and I don't know how to put that into this.
And I think that goes into the licensing, because they're the ones who are going to be inspecting it on a regular basis.
But again, can we put something in here that says that the licensing agreement should include a measurement of success?
Well, it depends on what you mean by measurement of success.
There was a suggestion that
they should be in compliance with what we recommend to City Council and City Council approves. Okay. But we aren't measuring the success of the program.
No, right. I'm sorry.
So that's why I just want to clarify.
No. Success is the wrong term, but measurement of compliance.
Compliance.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have just one suggestion for one of the potential conditions. On page 7, number 12, it says a minimum of 2 employees shall staff the facility at all times, 24 hours a day, including at least 1 employee who is trained in security. I just want to clarify that the 2 employees, as it's also noted earlier in the packet, both of those employees should be trained in de-escalation techniques and working with people with mental illness. That wasn't noted earlier, but not explicitly in the conditions, and I think that's important to include.
I would recommend we look at how we can strengthen point 3 of the conditions, which says that access to the building for police personnel shall be appropriately accommodated when called by resident staff or in mandatory reporting situations. I think we have not heard perhaps all the testimony related to what has been going on in the neighborhood. And, you know, it's a little difficult to sort through many different reports and try to understand exactly what's happening. I think a successful good neighbor agreement would go a long way towards mitigating the negative impacts that the program may or may not have on the neighborhood. And I'm disappointed that we can't get to the point where that comes along with our decision. And maybe that needs to be a requirement that the good neighbor agreement be finalized before, you know, the permit is actually issued. You know, it's a situation where you're coming into a neighborhood that has many great assets for you. You've got good transportation, you have access to services, to businesses, a walkable environment. It's terrific. And I have no objection to having Connections for the Homeless benefit from that. I think it's terrific. I think the key is that there are other residents there as well, and there are neighbors who've been there for years, and there is going to be a concern with making sure they don't pay the price for issues that might arise with residents. And issues will arise. As you said, it's not perfect. These are people, things happen. But having an agreement and a structured framework for how you address those issues, how you resolve them with folks, how you communicate with neighbors, I think is very important. And my concern is we're hearing different things about the police and trying to figure out those reports, how many of them actually relate. I think that has to be strengthened and discussed further. I really think that needs to be part of the agreement.
All right. Anything else on the conditions? Commissioner Renshaw?
So I would agree with my colleagues. I think that let's call it measurement of compliance could be if our committee agrees with the special use, probably give the neighbors and Connections for the Homeless time period to reach such an agreement, like in a year or in 2 years, which will be a measure of compliance, because if they reach this agreement, means neighbors are okay and Connection for Homeless is okay with that too. So I would encourage to put in the conditions something formulated similar to what was said here.
All right, thank you. Moving away from the conditions.
Well, I just have
Oh, do you
a
have another
question
one?
about the good neighbor agreement. Clearly, we had testimony that there really isn't one in place. You've had neighbors working together, but you don't know if the city's going to be a signatory or the neighbors who are in opposition are going to participate. So I'm,
I think our council, Corporation Council, can provide some insight.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful in knowing kind of, because I think that good neighbor agreement ought to be an element or a condition, but, and clearly, we are a recommending body, so we make a recommendation to the city council. But I would be helpful to know kind of where that good neighbor agreement is and what some of the issues are.
Thank you, Commissioner Lindwall. My answer is twofold. One, the city is hesitant to be involved, and the biggest reason is enforcement. We don't want to be a signatory and then have to enforce the agreement with no way to do that. And we don't want the expectation in the city to be that the city will enforce it when we don't have a way to do that. I believe the other issue with the Good Neighbor Agreement is there's been a lot of discussions had to reach that agreement, but I think there's some hesitation, and this is all secondhand, please take that with a grain of salt, that the neighbors don't want to sign it individually, and they have not formed like a neighbor group to be able to sign it. So a suggestion that was made to Connections was, and it might have been their suggestion, was to create a good neighbor declaration, in which they take all of the recommendations of the neighbors into account and make a declaration that they will abide by it, and then that could be a recommendation or a condition of this, that they abide by it, and then if it's a condition that you want to come back in a year to see if they are abiding by their Good Neighbor Declaration and hear testimony from neighbors, that could be something that you do.
So just kind of to follow up on what you were suggesting, so something to the effect of an acceptable Good Neighbor Declaration must be developed prior to the issuance of a special use permit would be kind of going in a direction that would protect the city so that the city can enforce whatever the license or would whatever other rules are in effect.
Yes, and the license is something that the city can enforce. It will deal with property standards violations. Obviously, we have a nuisance premise ordinance that can be enforced by the city. And then one proposal for this license is that every rooming house provide the city with an operating agreement. And the operating agreement will go over how the different rooming houses function, and if there's violations of that operating agreement, that is something the city can enforce with the license.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else relating to conditions at this particular moment? Commissioner Westerberg?
Is it possible to strengthen the language regarding access to the building for police personnel? The term appropriately accommodated just seems extremely vague, general. Is there a specific reason for the use of that phrase?
Sure. There can't be unreasonable searches of a person's home. And so, that people are living here, that there is the Homeless Act. It protects their space such that it's a space where, it would be similar to anyone else's home. This protects the rights of the people that reside there, as well as accommodating facilitation with police if necessary.
All right, but that would be the same same law would apply to any resident anywhere, in a house or a condo or whatever. Okay.
Correct.
Maybe strengthening that just a bit.
Or reasonably. Okay. So moving away from conditions, general thoughts on the application for a special use. And I'll just state for the public that, again, we are not here to decide whether homelessness is something that needs to be eradicated in Evanston. I don't think that we're up here advocating that, as no one else in this room. We are looking at it from a land use position, and so we have to look at our rules, our ordinances, and figure out if this applies, because there may be things that, although we think this is a good project, it may not meet a certain standard, but with a change in a condition or something, it can meet a standard. So we're not here to sit in judgment of Connections and their work, or deal with the issue of homelessness in the city of Evanston. So with that said, general thoughts from commissioners.
I'm in favor of recommending approval. The only condition, the only standard that gives me pause is the one about negative cumulative effect, and I agree there probably are negative effects, but cumulatively, I think the only way you can come to the conclusion that there's a negative cumulative effect is if you don't consider the residents of the Marguerite Inn. So when considering all that together, there's certainly not a negative cumulative effect in my opinion, so I'm in favor.
Thank you, Commissioner Fourtel. Other commissioners have general thoughts? Commissioner Westerberg?
I think the request meets most of the standards, especially from the land use perspective, traffic, utilities. And again, it's the question about the potential negative impact. I think we don't know exactly how negative that will be from time to time. You'd like to think that it is something that can be improved as Connections works with the neighbors. But it's easy to say that a program is working well and is not a problem as long as it's not in your backyard. And when it's in your backyard, even small things can get magnified. So that's the only, I guess, the only one that I have trouble with at this point.
Commissioner Lindwall?
Well, I think, again, I think that the housing first model is appropriate. I think the facility, the goals of the facility are certainly important. But I do think that there are, this facility has been operating for 2.5 years at this point. So while usually we, have to kind of speculate about what's going to happen in the future, in this case, we actually have had considerable testimony over several, the prior set of hearings and this one as well, that there have been adverse impacts on the neighborhood. And the question is whether or not the conditions in moving forward, those adverse impacts can be mitigated. And I think, with the set of conditions, looking at the potential changes to the rooming house license, the rooming house rules and others, that I think it's possible to overcome some of the negative impacts. Also, I think that, we have had testimony that, at least with respect to rental properties, it hasn't impacted property values. And so, and then obviously, right now we're understaffed with police resources. I don't know how our fire department is, but I know the police department is down in staff. So, I think that while obviously the police are going to show up when necessary, it is a kind of a concern. So I think that the conditions are really important moving forward. And this is a special, it's a needed facility, but I don't think that all of the standards have been, are met without the conditions.
Yeah, I don't think that that particular standard is met either. And I think that, we have to follow those standards, but the city council does not. So I think it's important for us to follow our charge and rule on that. The city council can do whatever they want to do. But the other thing is, none of us have, all of us understand the issue of homelessness. I think this is a management issue. And I think the reason why it doesn't comply with that standard has been a management issue.
Thoughts from this end of the dais?
I'm actually in favor of the project. It was a rooming house before, and it ran this way for many years. Unfortunately, it laxed, the permitting laxed, and it's a rooming house again. I don't have any issue with it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson?
Not to belabor the point or lengthen the meeting any further unnecessarily, but I'm in general agreement with my colleagues at the other end of the dais. And I did vote for the continuance in order to hear more about the supposed negative effects, about the testimony we heard about police calls, quality of life police calls versus more serious police calls, diminishment of the value of the property. We heard kind of testimony to both sides of that. So for me, looking through the standards, and it is important to note that we vote based on how we feel this applies to the standards, and then City Council can take that advice or not. That this, to me, is that there are some of the standards that this project doesn't clearly pass.
Commissioner Merenchov, anything to add?
So for me, it's a difficult balance, but I will support the opinion that it's a management issue. It's not a land and zoning issue, so I'm in favor of the project.
Thank you. My general feelings on the project are, I've kind of gone back and forth on this one a few times in the past 6 months. The one thing that I have a little bit of a hang-up on is on the rooming house direct or indirect compensation. I think that it's a loose interpretation to say that Cook County is the indirect compensation for the rooming house. When we made the determination that it was a rooming house, there was a different structure in place. It was owned by a third party that Connections was paying in order to operate the rooming house. So that's kind of where I've struggled, is using the definition of a rooming house, but at the same time, we really don't have anything in our ordinances that make it fit better. It's not a shelter. We determined that. We don't really have a non-congregant housing definition as such. So again, this one I'm going to have to say the rooming house is the closest thing that we have in our definitions, but it's something, again, that we may want to look at creating a different definition for the future. But with that, we do have a set of standards that you've heard several people allude to. There are 9 of them for a special use. And we must find that all standards are met either on their own or through placing a condition on them so that they are met. The first one is that it is one of the listed special uses for the zoning district in which the property lies. This is the R6 General Residential District, and a rooming house is one of the eligible special uses. And again, kind of leaning into, I think, the interpretation of indirect is a little loose, but this does meet that. It does lean closest into the rooming house definition, so that standard is met. Number 2, it complies with the purposes and policies of the comprehensive general plan and the zoning ordinance. Obviously, we look at the quality of life in neighborhoods. We look also at the diversity in our neighborhoods, as well as looking at how do we care for the least fortunate among us. And there is some argument. I don't know that I go all the way to some of the morality document that we are, but our documents, whether it be a budget or our ordinances, et cetera, do show who we are as a people. And I think that in looking at, finding a place for the homeless in the city of Evanston is important, and that we have very few buildings in town that kind of do fit a place where this sort of activity could take place without major renovations, major problems adjusting them. So I believe that standard is met.
I have a bit of a problem with the policy on supporting the growth and evolution of institutions, so long as the growth does not have an adverse impact on residentially zoned adjacent neighborhoods. So, which again, I agree with some of my colleagues as in terms of a management issue. So I think that the conditions may be able to mitigate some of that concern. But I think that without the conditions, I have a problem with this standard.
Okay. Number 3, it does not cause a negative cumulative effect in combination with existing special uses or as a category of land use. We are looking at this as being a rooming house in an R6 district. It's near our downtown area. It is abutted by several other R6 areas, as well as I think that one of the closest zoning districts is also a D district, putting it into the downtown. We look at sort of all the special uses that are in a particular neighborhood to see how they work together. We try not to create a place where we have several beds and breakfasts in a row, or other high impact areas, type 2 restaurants, several in a row, that sort of thing. I think that with the conditions that we are able to place on the management of the facility, and it will lessen the impact that it does have on the neighborhood, and with the conditions that we've talked about in terms of a licensing agreement and the creation of a good neighbor declaration or some sort of a policy that is an agreement between Connections for the Homeless and their neighbors, that most of those issues can be addressed easily. So I believe that standard is met with the conditions that we've discussed on page 7 and 8 of our packet. Number 4, it does not interfere with or diminish the value of property in the neighborhood. Again, we've heard some testimony sort of on both sides of this. We've heard testimony from a landlord in the neighborhood who said that he has had some issues renting at market rates. Due to this, we've heard testimony from an expert provided by the applicant, who basically also told us that she did not see any drastic changes, but that in terms of rental properties, sometimes until a property sells, there isn't really anything to record. I think that this one is the one probably, this and number 3 are the two that we probably struggle with the most. But I believe that by putting in a place where people are able to be housed and given services that they need actually does more for property values than having people living homeless on the streets in those areas. This being an area near the downtown, there will be some level of impact from homelessness because our homeless tend to congregate, if I'm not mistaken, probably closer to downtown areas or more commercial areas than in residential areas. Commissioner Westerberg, you turned on your light.
Just to say that it's not the nature of the rooming house that diminishes the value of the property. I think it is the impact of the programmatic nature that is part of that operation that causes the problem.
All right. Number 5, it is adequately served by public facilities and services. Obviously, in terms of the infrastructure that's provided, it is adequately served. We've heard quite a bit of testimony about police and fire resources. Not really getting 100% the answers that we need, but I don't know that getting additional testimony will provide us with any additional insight. I believe that this standard is met. Number 6, does not cause undue traffic congestion. We really haven't talked about this. There was a little bit of discussion about the parking spaces early on in our conversations, but this is not a site that would create traffic in terms of automobile traffic, things like that. The people that are tending to be served by this type of a program probably are not car owners, and so I believe that standard is met. Number 7, it preserves significant historical and architectural resources. We didn't really touch on this, but one of the conditions that was addressed is that although this building is not a historic landmark, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, if I'm speaking out of turn here, I'm trying to find the thing in the conditions. But it would be, one of the conditions that's been recommended is to have historic preservation staff review for a non-binding review before any permits are issued for exterior work on the building. And as long as that doesn't involve taking it to Plan Commission but can be done by staff, I'm entirely in favor of that. Number 8, it preserves significant natural and environmental resources. Obviously, this is not a building that is being added on to or having major construction done to it. So we expect the natural and environmental resources to continue kind of in their current state with the landscaping in the front yard, and that will be well maintained by the owner. And number 9, it complies with all other applicable regulations. This is where we've had a bit of testimony and discussion among ourselves about the licensing agreement. Obviously, that would become an applicable regulation when it is adopted by the city council, assuming that it would be. And I have no reason to believe that city council would not do that. That they would have to operate under any sort of a rooming house license that is expanded to address issues of current rooming houses of all types, instead of the ones when our ordinances were written, in which rooming houses were a very different place in society, as well as looking at the good neighbor document that would be created and how that would help guide operations of the rooming house itself and its impact on the community. Anyone have anything to add, or are you generally in agreement with my findings on standards, with the caveat that a number of the conditions will be placed on them? So with that, I will ask if there is a motion to recommend approval for 1566 Oak, particularly taking into account conditions 1 through 16, with the change that condition number 12 state that the employees be trained in de-escalation and mental illness.
I'd like to add a 17
All right.
condition, which is an acceptable good neighbor declaration must be developed prior to the issuance of a special use permit. I think that was the wording that was acceptable.
Is that fine by the city staff? I'll give them a moment to confer.
I think Commissioner Miranchev recommended a provision for measurement, compliance measurement. I'm not
And
sure.
I think we were putting that under the licensing
Okay.
would be where the compliance would come in. Since we do have the mechanism built in for this one that we don't always have for every other special use. So legal is fine with,
Yeah, our staff's only suggestion would that we be given connections like 3 or 6 months, or 1 month, or 30 days, or 15 days instead of before the permit's issued.
Okay.
Just give them a time frame to comply.
Okay.
And then if it's not complied, then the permit's rescinded.
Okay. Developed, so it must be developed within, prior to, instead of prior to, so.
Yeah, so within X number of days after issuance of the special use
Okay.
permit.
So you would issue the permit before,
Upon city council approval, the permit would be issued, but
Okay.
then
they'd have an additional 30 days, within 30 days.
As a suggestion, staff is already recommending a condition that allows 3 months for the licensing component. That may be
Okay,
appropriate.
within 3 months, okay.
Then this may be a minor one, but on number 5, on-site mental and medical health care shall be provided. It's a little bit twisted language. If it's provided, then it shall be by appropriately licensed individuals. I think the point that was made that it shall be provided.
So you want to require behavioral, mental, and medical health care on site?
Yes, yes. Well, that's what it's referring to, right?
Well, the way it's currently worded is that if it is provided,
Provided,
it
it
must
shall
be
be
done
by
by
licensed people.
licensed professionals, so it can't be, here's George who
Yeah, no, I
is going to
understand.
give you a psychological examination.
Right. This is talking about on-site care. And I'm just saying to strengthen that should be, shall be provided. That's all I'm saying.
But it's not a requirement about what's being provided, it's about the qualification of the person doing it.
So I guess that's the question. Are you
I see,
wanting
I
to
see.
require it? Because that's changing
That's changing the operation.
What would the
I don't
wording
think we
be
can do that.
if it was, that, the way it states, is any services shall be provided by a license. What I'm trying to say is that there shall be on-site services provided.
Okay, so that's changing the intent of that condition.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm just trying to
Yes,
make sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Number 3, access to the building for police personnel.
Just a second, let me go back to number 5 for a moment, that Commissioner Halleck is 5?
I
Yeah.
think there may be an issue with respect to how the,
I don't know that we want to get into directing their on-site operations that way.
I would think that
That
would
we
be
would
something
require-
that would be better for the, whatever the rooming house, or the operating agreement in the rooming house,
Yeah, I
or
think
some
that's
of the
covered
other
off
stuff.
better
I don't
somewhere
think
else.
I don't think it's us.
What I'm trying to get at is that there shall be, these services shall be provided.
Yeah,
Right,
know.
and I
don't
what-
think we can go there,
You don't.
no.
Okay.
Because we're requiring them to provide a service there. That our other conditions are not requiring them to provide services. It's just kind of like,
I think number 6 says that if the services are provided, it's only to the residents. Like other people can't come in and obtain services that don't reside there.
Right.
I'm trying to strengthen that, number 5, to say that it's not an option, they shall be provided. And you're saying we have no jurisdiction over that?
I don't know if we want to go there because we've not had that discussion with the applicant to start imposing. They've agreed to the conditions kind of as they've been worded, and I think we can play around with some of the wording, but I don't think we can change the overall intention of those without.
Mr. Cleve, that was the whole point of what he was saying, that this document strengthened. That's all, and that's what I'm trying to say here. But
So are we going to require all rooming houses to provide mental health conditions?
I thought that this was for this particular facility.
It is within reason.
When we review special use, we review it for a specific site, for a specific operator.
Right. But would you ever put that condition on another rooming house?
Maybe, maybe not. But I'm not sure any of these conditions would be appropriate for another room. The point is that basically, I thought we were making conditions for this particular site, for this particular operator. That's the way we've always done it. So that's why I'm being specific.
Yes, of course, but the way you want to change it is like getting into the details of like their operations.
I think the commission would have to determine if requiring that changes the use of the facility.
I don't think requiring it changes the use because it would be an accessory use to the primary use, the primary use being a rooming house. The secondary, or the accessory use being a mental health clinic, for lack of a better term.
I think something that's being considered is if there is an operating agreement, it would require a mental health assessment of every resident prior to going into the facility. Right, so that may be helpful.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but this is just, to me, this is just a clarification, a sharpening
I mean,
of a point that's already being made.
if you feel strongly about that, we can put that in there and the city council can hash it out.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with that.
Okay.
So if you want to change that to be any on-site behavioral, mental, and medical health care shall be provided.
No, I would say take out any and just say, start with on-site and then say healthcare shall be provided.
So it would read on-site behavioral, mental and medical health care shall be provided by appropriately licensed individuals. Such on-site care is accessory and incidental to the use and not intended to replace primary and specialized health care for residents of the facility, therefore making that this could not become a medical clinic. Strengthened by number 6, saying that any treatment that is provided, as well as any groups, things like that, would be for residents of the facility only. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Commissioner Westerberg, you mentioned again the access to the building for police personnel. You started there.
So I'll ask council, access to the building for police personnel shall be reasonably accommodated, legally accommodated. What's just this the clearest and strongest application of the language?
I think reasonably.
I would agree. So strike appropriately, replaced with reasonably. Any other changes? Staff gotten all of our little notes? If not, you can watch the video. You can watch the video, sorry. All right. At this point now, do I have a motion?
Sure, I'll give it a try. I move that the Land Use Commission recommend approval of the special use permit for a rooming house at 1566 Oak Avenue, commonly known as the Margarita Inn, subject to the now 17 conditions that we've discussed, with number 3 be changed to read, access to the building for police personnel shall be reasonably accommodated when called by resident staff or in mandatory reporting sessions, etc. Number 5 be modified to the first sentence be modified that on-site behavioral, mental and medical health care shall be provided by appropriately licensed individuals, and then continuing on with the rest. And adding in number 17, an acceptable good neighbor declaration must be developed within 3 months of the issuance of a special use permit.
I would add number 12, we had included language about.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Who is trained in security.
De-escalation and mental illness.
Right.
Yes, I missed that one, sorry.
That's fine. It has been so moved by Commissioner Lindwall. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Puctel. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I will ask for a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Aravallo?
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck?
No, based on not meeting the standards.
Commissioner Johnson? No. Commissioner Linwall?
Yes.
Commissioner Merdinchev?
Yes.
Commissioner Puctel?
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg?
No.
And Chair Rogers?
Yes. So
So
by a vote of 5 to 3, the motion carries, and it will move forward to City Council with a positive recommendation. Ms. Pugh and Ms. Bogg, city staff will work with you on exactly what the next steps are moving forward. Could you please remain quiet? We still have a little bit of business to conduct. Thank you. At this point, I will ask if there is any communication from city staff that needs to be communicated to the council.
Before we move on, could those that voted that the standards were not met, please indicate which standards they feel were not met?
Yes.
I think
I'll call off Commissioner Halleck.
Yeah, but I would say C and I think D is the next. Yeah, C and D.
Commissioner Johnson. And Commissioner Westerberg. So it looks like it was C and D for all three. Now I will ask if there is communication from the staff for the board.
Not this evening, thank you.
Thank you. We do have a section at the end for public comment if anybody would like to address us on any particular reason. Seeing no one, and I'm not going to wait, I will ask if there is a motion for adjournment.
I have a question on my favorite subject. Can you report on the status, or is there anything? Nothing to report?
Nothing to report at this time.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Lindwall. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Westerberg. Thank you, everyone, for a very late evening.
Do we have to do a voice vote and say,
Oh,
let's
yes.
vote on adjourning?
Everyone in favor of adjourning? Aye.
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 Thank you.